Oh, it will last. Positive vibes, they say, right? Okay, good morning, everybody. We have a 9 o'clock hearing scheduled for today, so I'd like to welcome everybody to a new Monday. I'd like to just express a couple observations I've just observed from March Madness. And, you know, we can learn a lot from what's going on in March Madness. And I'd like to reflect on a team that we've never heard anything about. It's Long Beach State out in California. And this particular team had a problem towards the end of the season. And their coach is Coach Monson, Monson. And I was listening to and reading a column by Andrew Beaton on the Wall Street Journal early this morning. He's the one that covers their athletics. And in this article, he was talking about Mr. Monson and what he's done out there at Long Beach State. Prior to the tournament, and they're in the Big West, we have the Big East with St. John's and Providence and UConn, et cetera, Georgetown. Well, they have the Big West. And prior to their tournament, that conference championship, they lost the biggest, the person that's usually in the center, the big tall one, that getting hammered all the time, like my grandson got hammered playing. He's the big for St. Lawrence. He played with a bum ankle during that game, also got a broken nose during that game, the final game in the finals there in that Liberty League. But going back to the Big West, prior to that, they lost their big for the 5 consecutive games prior to the conference championship and lost all 5 games. The athletic director out at, they call it Beach, Long Beach, okay, at Beach, came up to the coach and said, "We want you to retire. Well, you're done." He said, "Please let me play through the conference championship with my kids." And he said, "No, you're going to have to retire." And he says, "No, I won't retire." And so he played the championship. In the Big West, they won the first game, the second game, and the third game, and took the championship. And what they are now, they're the 15th seed into the NCAA March Madness right now. Yeah, they have to play Arizona, the second seed, but that is a miracle what happened there. And we talk oftentimes about the Cinderella teams. I think Cinderella already occurred. And you know, I'll be on Thursday, if we're in session. Rick Ladd will be looking at that game when we're in session, because I'm really excited to see something like that. And looking at Coach Monson, you just wonder what's so special about him. He's been with Long Beach for 17 years. Prior to that, he was pulled by Minnesota, and Minnesota was having a real problem with their athletes and academics. He cleaned that up. But the most important thing to look at in his career, you should go back to 1999, and he was one that brought in a real small college into the March Madness. That small college was called Gonzaga, and he took them to the Elite 8 in his first season with Gonzaga. And so this man is really, and what the kids said to him before they went into this championship in their conference league, they said to him, "Coach, don't worry, we got your back." And they came together and they did it. So that's what, you know, what a good coach and a good teacher can do. And I hope we, you know, can just watch a little bit of that and see what happens. I'm going to hand the gavel over right now and give it to Representative. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have forwarded to the committee a front page article on Art Ellison. You may recall Art has not been here this year. He is now in hospice. He's been hospice for about 3 weeks now. And so the article, I think, captures his spirit and his priorities as a legislator and as a human being. And I think the article is well worth reading. And several of us have been visiting Art almost on a daily basis just to check in with him. So we just wanted to give you an update on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, thank you very much. And we're all thinking of Art. Art has a lot of experience in education. He worked with DOE. He has contributed to this committee for years, and you know, we're thinking of him. Thank you very much for your comments. Okay, I'm going to hand the gavel over so we can start this non-germane amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, everybody. And we have several substitutes, I think, today coming in. One is here right now. Representative Selig is sitting in for, Representative Woodcock, I believe. We switched.
So Mary is going to be in for Linda.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I emailed you the substitutes. Hearing on House Bill 1450. I will call on Representative Ladd to discuss his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the Education Committee. For the record, my name is Rick Ladd. I come from Haverhill, and I'm here today to speak to HB 1450. We have a non-germane amendment, and let me explain why it is non-germane. Back when we established, or the governor established the by executive order, the task force for looking at higher education and where we're going in the future, present and future, with higher education, we simultaneously put forward HB 1450. And 1450 was a bill which had very, very similar type language within it. However, the title of that bill was very contrary or different to that of the executive order. And what we did is, in the title of that bill, it talked about consolidating higher education. In other words, we have two systems that was talking about consolidation. And consolidation was taken many, many different ways. And as I mentioned to you when I introduced 1450 originally, consolidation, as I saw it, was trying to merge different programs together between campuses. It was not aimed at that word that some are not wanting spoken, merger. That's not what we're talking about. But what we have now before us is an amendment which is the whole bill. And it's been declared non-germane by the Speaker and the House Clerk due to the fact we're changing statutory reference from 188J to 187A. That's one part. But the title of the bill has also been changed. And I'll read the title here so you can see that the word consolidation is not there. Requiring the University System of New Hampshire and the Community College System of New Hampshire to further work toward implementing comprehensive higher education alignment strategies and findings identified in the Governor's Public Higher Education Task Force report. So the Governor's Task Force report we've been working on Fridays. So I'm kind of getting burned out on Fridays. But we've been doing this for I don't know how long, Mr. Appleby.
10 weeks.
10 weeks, and it's been, constant that. And when we didn't get one on higher education, of course, the trustees decided to have their meeting on the same Friday. So it's been just full bore. And what we've done through that is we've looked at where we are with higher education today and what we need to have to do to align strategies and develop these findings to bring some of these efficiencies into our system, to address some of the issues that we hear spoken to in our public and amongst ourselves. So some of the changes which we see there, you can see there's a change in the act itself, the title. That's important. We can't stand still and watch our demographic in the state slide down from 210,000 students when I came on board here to now roughly 154 to 160,000 K through 12 students. That means we're feeding fewer students. We have fewer population moving in. That's not just similar to New Hampshire, but it's similar to all New England states and, in fact, our country. So we're all challenged to draw these students to our university system. And I want to make sure that everybody's aware that the university system right now and the community college system are wonderful, wonderful institutions. When you look at the three four-year systems we have, UNH has an exemplary research program. When you look at Keene, there's a wonderful education preparation program there and getting some of the theater areas and the music programs, which they have exceptional. And when you get to the cluster program, which Plymouth State has, and dealing with the community and their teacher programs and their business programs, they have a wonderful program and staff that is really working as Mr. Monson works with his coaches. And that's the way I see it in these schools. The community college system is equal in providing that regional services that are necessary in the state to bring in affordability. The dual concurrent enrollment program is an exceptional program which has led to that, but also what those schools are doing in terms of trying to get not the traditional young 18, 19-year-old student, but they're drafting in the students that are coming back for career change and workforce need to meet workforce needs. They're oftentimes in their mid-20s, 30s, 40s, and I'm sure that the chancellor behind me can say there's some that are even higher than that in age that are retooling. So looking at the amendment itself, the non-germane amendment, on line 17, the University System of New Hampshire and Community College System shall, in accordance with findings identified in the Public Higher Education Task Force report, develop and implement system-wide higher education alignment strategies. Do A through F there. Those strategies were in the governor's executive report. So that's not changed at all. We did add in a G. That's on line 28. And that simply says, continue collaborative work establishing curricular pathways for transfer of program and degree credit amongst the 2-year and 4-year systems. That's HB 1530. And that is, we're not saying we're there yet. We've heard testimony come in from our provost saying, yes, we have 30 degree programs we're aligning between, but we haven't got there with all of them yet. But we're working towards that, and we should have that work all completed by June 30 of this year. But we don't want to leave it at that, so we put that in this report. Turning to the other side, the back side, or the next sheet, we're looking at what we want the higher education task force was also setting up a commission. And we know that a commission wouldn't go in effect until a commission to oversee this. The commission wouldn't go in effect until at least July 1, or when this is signed into law. We already have a higher education study committee made up of senators and representatives with that task. If you look into our statutes, they have the responsibility of doing exactly what that commission would do. We don't need to establish another commission. So we are advocating that there be a oversight committee, and that oversight committee will receive quarterly reports. It's like a flight path where we're going from where we are to where we want to go. And there are quarterly reports due along that flight path each year, and with an annual report that's also due. So there is going to be open communication between what's going on. Now, who's going to be doing the what's going on? The report stipulates that we're going to be handing to them. I also want to look at, you have at the bottom, I think, of the sheet that I handed out to you, the members of the governor's higher education task force. Look down through those names and you can see folks that are from the Business Industry Association. You see them from DOE. You can see them from the Department of Employment Security, the Deputy Commissioner. You can see the chancellors of both the university system and the community college system. You can see Senator Gray on it, myself on it, Representative Luno on it. You can see Nick Tompis, who has been HHS Commissioner, and also with the community college system, Ed Smith. Also with the college system, George Hansel is from the trustees of the University System of New Hampshire, and Jackie Eastwood, who's always a kick, she's also on the trustee board from the university system, and very much into business and small business. And George Hansel also being small business oriented. So that group coming together, and I feel honored to have been a part of that. I'm looking at these people that have all this wisdom and all this understanding of where we need to go and respond to so higher education can be responding to the ever-changing needs of our workforce and of the economy and of making education affordable for students. And that's one of the drivers of this report. We know that we cannot continue charging what we're charging for education. It's hard for our New Hampshire kids. It really is to come up with that and come out with all this huge debt. And that's been an issue of discussion amongst the group. So we have this draft report right here. And I want to caution everybody, this is draft. It hasn't been finalized. We meet again this Friday? Yeah, this Friday and possibly the Friday after that to try and bring some closure to this. I feel that this is a wonderful report. We're not getting down and mentioning what's in that report in this bill. That's not what it's all about. We have tasked in the non-germane amendment here, it's the responsibility of the two chancellors to work collaboratively together and look at how these efficiencies can occur. And we've already heard discussion regarding that, of the idea of merging or putting administrative leadership in a location, a single co-location, where you have now people working together and not duplicating services, where you might have the university system hanging out at NHTI now and the university system hanging out at the other end down by the shopping mall. They're going to be together, working cooperatively together. We need those efficiencies, and those efficiencies have already started. And some of the specifics that they are driving at, I'm sure will be spoken at to when others come up to speak. So in conclusion, I'd like to recommend that we move this forward. There may be some other additions to this amendment when it gets to the Senate side based upon the findings and recommendations that come out of this report. But this is something where there needs to be a oversight type group looking at what's going on, keeping people on task, making sure reports are done, making sure change occurs. And that's going to be the responsibility as it stands right now, the Higher Education Study Committee. So I'll be glad to take any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I look at your A through G here, Representative Ladd, and you'd mentioned earlier the question of student debt. Is there a reason why that was not, the specific issue of student debt was not part of the aggregate here that you have of A through G? I understand that these are meant to streamline costs for the institution, et cetera, but this committee has also had a bill before us earlier that talked about student debt. So it's just a question of why that wasn't highlighted as part of the A through G.
There's a lot of reasons why in C, the optimizing access for students. That's part of it. But we've also identified other issues which are relative to that. And I think you might get a better response rather than I taking that time from, we have the chancellors behind us. We recognize that there's that. Part of that equation comes back to the legislature. We appropriated money last year for the dual concurrent enrollment program. But when it came out of the House and approved by the Senate, the annual amount was knocked down $1 million. And so that meant that fewer students could take advantage of that program. And that is a cost-saving driver for students. So I believe that's one area that we need to be looking at. We have also looked at other ways of driving home, and I think that Chancellor Rubenstein or Chancellor Provencher can speak to the possibilities of what NETCHI has just approved with the relative to a 3-year degree, and how that might be a cost savings to students as well. Also, we have Granite Guarantee in there, and expanding programs such as that. What you're oftentimes looking at, the actual cost of what a student has to pay for tuition, it's not what you're actually seeing some of our students, especially those that are coming from the lower income levels, are having to pay. Granite Guarantee pays for a good hunk of that, but that's never seen. So we ought to look at net as well.
Representative Selig.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. So I'm curious because you talked about the dual enrollment with high schools, and I forget the name of the program because it's changed again. But my older daughter is a college first year student this year, and many of her friends are finding that the colleges are not recognizing those credits. And so I just wasn't sure if there was something in this to make sure that those dual enrollment between community college and high school courses are being truly recognized.
Those courses which are offered by the community college system here in the state are recognized. The issue we have is we have a lot of players in the game right now. I know the school where my grandkids are going to school, the dual concurrent enrollment is through SNU. And I'm not going to speak to SNU, but I will speak to standards, academic standards, and what are the requirements for an individual who's providing that instruction in the classroom. We have the responsibility in this state to ensure that a instructor that's in the high school providing the class meet the standards of accreditation. And that means they have to have a master's program, excuse me, in the subject area. All those courses will be approved if it's that way. Now, there are some courses that you may see that one has earned, and they're gen ed courses that may not be transferable to a program like engineering at UNH. Their math program may require additional information or additional instruction. Yes, and that's another area you might be asking those behind me. But I have not heard that any of the courses, the Running Start programs or the dual concurrent programs, which are being offered through NHTI, have not been accepted in our community college system. They have to be accepted. The money passes through them and from the legislature to them to provide that course. Yep.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on an amendment where I'm also a co-sponsor on. But Representative Ladd, and I very much appreciate offering, to have the opportunity to offer this amendment later when we exec the bill. But I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to what's on Roman 3 on the page 2 of the amendment, and basically how the amendment to 1450 is really puts puts a focus on the task force's final report and the really the cooperation and work that will begin once the final report is issued, to implement changes and seek alignment among both the community college system and the university system, and how that connects with a committee that exists currently in the legislature.
The committee report, which this is very draft, and everything I've given you is draft, speaks to those findings and recommendations that will be implemented or worked toward, because we're not there on some of this more short term. We are moving that direction, but the long-term outlook is going to be achieved. And what this does in paragraph Roman 3, it identifies the two people who are absolutely responsible for reporting back the two chancellors. And we're very fortunate to have these two chancellors. I think we're in a position now where we have people that have individuals who have communicated, worked with, brought provosts in. It's their leadership that we need to engage with. Those chancellors were responsible for bringing in these quarterly reports. And notice that the quarter ending June 30th, 2024, or as requested by the committee, we have the ability even to back it off if we want. However, I think that and with the annual report, which starts right off, there will be an annual report summarizing what those quarterly reports are and where we're going in terms. That will help us in appropriating dollars where necessary. So we'll have that information for finance to work with. And I'm hoping that education policy and the fiscal people in the legislature will listen to these reports. There are some real needs that we're encountering, and it's got to be a shared responsibility between business and industry, manufacturing, and it has to be shared with the legislature. And of course, there has to be some ownership on the part of the students as well, yes. But we recognize there's many needs here. And I think that last Roman 3 paragraph is really important because it explains the process to be followed. And without that, it would have been another one of these reports is put in the circular file and we get what we get. And so I'll let the folks behind me that are really into this, not that I'm not, but I know that Mr. Appleby has been busy over there dedicating with his associate there at least 25% of their time right now over DOE working on this report. It's a lot of work, a lot going into it. And I know the chancellor suggests, I'm amazed each time I either call Kathy or talk to Mark that there's something else they're trying to do in terms of how to work closer together. I see that bonding and that relationship now stronger than I've ever seen it in the past. And we need to take advantage of it, and they are.
Real quick follow-up.
Follow-up. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And when you talk about the chancellor's reporting back to a committee, you're not talking about this committee. You're talking about the
Higher Education Study
Public
Committee.
Higher Education Study.
That's correct.
Committee.
Yes.
And how it will then put some structure to those meetings as well to look at progress towards the recommendation in this report. Is that correct?
Yes, and the Higher Education Committee is mandated by statute to meet 4 times a year, more than that often. The duties and responsibilities are in law right now, and they have to have the hearing process as we have a hearing process every time they meet. So it's very, very transparent.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none.
thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Next, Chancellor Provencher from the university system. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Catherine Provencher. I serve as the Chief Administrative Officer of our state's university system. And with Representative Ladd, Representative Bluno, and a number of others, I've been actively participating on the Governor's Task Force since December 21st. We are in support of this amendment, this bill. Chancellor Rubenstein and I have already been working on implementing some of the recommendations that are in the draft report, including sharing office space. We just did a walkthrough last week. Chancellor Rubenstein and I have standing bi-weekly meetings where we talk about other ways we can collaborate. We've come up with a long list of possibilities. I do see the task force report as a roadmap. We will then need to really develop implementation plans on implementing the recommendations that are in the report. So again, I'll be brief. We're supportive of the work and reporting back to the Public Higher Ed Study Committee and furthering collaboration across the two systems to benefit all of the citizenry. I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Sully.
Thank you. Just to follow up. So are you saying, as I asked Chairman Ladd, my question has to do with the running start, because I'm hearing from students who are at university system schools that their running starts are not necessarily being recognized. My school participates with Great Bay Community College for those programs, and they are teachers that are supposedly doing this, but kids are taking the courses and then getting there and discovering they have to retake classes that they thought they completed. So I'm just trying to understand where the breakdown is.
Sure, I'm not aware of specific credits that are not being transferred. I would love to touch base with you and find out what those courses are. It's my understanding, I know anecdotally that some of my friends, their children, their credits did transfer. So I'd really like to touch base offline and get some specifics, and I'll dig into that.
Thank you. Representative Mylar.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. Question that I have is that as you look at this roadmap going forward, what role do students play in the decision-making as you move forward?
Well, actually, the task force, one of our meetings, we did get input from students from all of the university system campuses as well as community college students. So there's absolutely an awareness that we need to engage with students. And I will say we've also had a lot of conversation around not just students that are in our public higher ed institutions, but students in the K through 12 system, that the community college system and the university system could be a little more intentional about our intersection with working with K-12 and the CTE centers. So Representative Myler, I think we're well aware of the importance of engaging with students.
And Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, and thank you very much, Chancellor, for being here this morning. One of the magic words, I think, in the amendment, and it's in the title, and it's used in the draft report, is the word alignment. And I think this sort of goes to, I think, Representatives Selig and Myler's previous two questions. Alignment when it comes to meeting student needs, alignment when it comes to meeting or achieving efficiencies within and we've most recently talked about the three systems, the university system, the community college system, and K-12 in New Hampshire. And then finally, alignment when it comes to meeting the state's needs for business development and workforce. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about what alignment means. And I know that's a little bit of a report preview, but you know, it's definitely central to this amendment as well.
Certainly. The task force, and again, I'll reiterate what Representative Ladd previously stated around draft recommendations right now in the report, because obviously it has not been issued. But a topic that the task force has discussed and is considering recommending are regional and statewide councils, if you will, or tapping into, so I'll go to economic development first. There are already regional economic development groups that meet, and CCSNH and USNH should be participating and have a seat in the table there. Again, be more intentional with economic development, workforce. Of course, as I've mentioned, really the only way we can impact workforce is if we have enrollment. So, and the same we've been discussing relative to K-12, CCSNH, USNH, more regional, ongoing, not one and done, relationships around the state between all of education at every level to ensure that we're meeting the needs of all of our students who wish to go on to further their education, however that looks, beyond high school. Did I answer your question? Okay, great.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative Thaman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your work and for helping us with this. I'm wondering if you could inform us a bit about line 22, where it says improve accessibility and compatibility for New Hampshire students. Specifically, does that in some way encompass Representative Myler's earlier question about student debt and financing? Because I am also concerned that that huge issue is not apparent here.
So I think it absolutely does relative to accessibility and compatibility. One size doesn't fit all for all students. So if students can take those courses in high school that can then transfer to the community college system, it's possible that students could actually leave high school with an associate's degree. And the other part of it is a degree isn't maybe what everyone wants or needs. There are certificate programs, could work with business and industry on tailoring those. So, and we've talked at the task force also about there are likely many students in high school where education beyond high school isn't even a twinkle in their eye. So how do we engage with those students? I will say, as a former state treasurer, relative to student debt, I think another big piece of that is financial literacy for families and students before they get to us. I don't know how to solve that, but that's actually not just a state issue, that's a national issue. So.
It's not exactly follow-up, it's a separate question.
Okay.
And now I just forgot what it was.
Sorry.
Come back to me, sorry.
Further questions? One more chance, Representative Damon? Or afterwards? Thank you. Thank you very much for
Thank
being
you.
here. Chancellor Rubenstein.
I'm sorry, comic relief on Monday morning. I just wanted to hear your remarks in terms of what, if anything, the task force has been addressing in terms of collaboration with CTE programs and whether dual enrollment works with that student population as well.
We haven't done the task force has not done a deep dive into CTE and dual enrollment. We have had discussions that many of the CTE programs in the state are oversubscribed and there are waiting lists. But that is woven into the draft recommendations in the task force report.
Thank you. Welcome, Chancellor. Do you want to press the?
Thank you, Representative Cordelli. Good morning, and thank you to the committee, and thank you to Director Appleby and Dr. Marks for their leadership and stewardship of the task force, and also to Chief Administrative Officer Provencher. Couldn't ask for a better partner in working with the university system. Specific to House Bill 1450, I support it. We share a set of objectives and providing more access to post-secondary education, high-quality post-secondary education in New Hampshire is really vital. For folks who've heard me speak before, you know that I believe that this is an area of absolute growth in terms of need. And as Representative Ladd described earlier, you know, part of the population we serve is not simply the students coming out of high school. About almost 40% of our students are 25 or older. They account for about that proportion of our graduates. In fact, more than 40% of our graduates in that group. Specific to the kinds of education that they're looking for, the kinds of students that we're serving, we are currently enrolling about 400 students in our nursing programs across the 7 colleges. 1 in 5 of those students already holds a bachelor's degree in some other field. These are adults who find what they need to do in life, find their calling at a later stage, and need education that's accessible in terms of place, in terms of time, and in terms of affordability, fitting into the competing pressures that they face. So I believe that the work that the task force has been doing, the work that this committee would be asked to continue to oversee, is part of a statewide commitment to ensure that we are doing the best we can with the resources we have to support all of our students. A number of questions have come up about dual enrollment. I think I can probably try and answer some of those. One of the considerations, and this is true not just for our dual enrollment program, sometimes for advanced placement, other forms of college level learning that happens at high school, is that institutions decide that students are better served by having the full experience immersed in that college's programs. But more often, I think the barrier is simply that the courses that students take through dual enrollment are often just 1 or 2 courses and don't really move the needle on the issue of affordability. If you're a full-time student at UNH, I believe you can take up to 18 credits before you might face a surcharge for overload. In community college, our students are typically paying by the credit for the course because the majority of them are part-time students. But at most four-year institutions, baccalaureate granting institutions, students pay for a semester, and then they can consume as much education as their brains can handle. And so a student who's taken a couple of courses may just wash through, no real impact. What Representative Ladd was speaking about in terms of access, what we're really trying to create are genuinely comprehensive, structured pathways for students. This body, I believe now 3 years ago, passed House Bill 1530, the Pathways Bill between the community college system and the university system. One of our objectives would be to actually anchor those pathways with early college courses that students could take while still in high school, have the opportunity to begin that foundation, and not just take one or two courses, but over the course of their high school careers, potentially take a full semester, a full year, or a complete associate degree. That's where you're going to start to see meaningful savings, the avoidance of debt that Representative Myler had asked about. That's really the vision that we have for strengthening dual enrollment as an antidote to cost for traditional age students still in high school, where we can have that kind of impact. And the primary consideration is it's not just affordability, but it's access to quality. So part of the challenge is making sure that the faculty in the high schools have the academic preparation to deliver the curriculum that we offer under our accreditation through New England Commission on Higher Education. That typically requires a master's prepared individual in the discipline that they're teaching. One of the objectives we have, and one of the things that was enabled through House Bill 2 last year, was some flexibility. This body has in the past granted us support for scholarships for students to take those dual enrollment, sometimes running start, eStart, more generally early college courses. We also find that with flexibility in the language, we can actually have our faculty delivering some of those courses in high schools that don't necessarily have the academically qualified faculty to teach a particular course in a particular discipline. Again, part of the broader vision of ensuring access to high quality, affordable post-secondary education for New Hampshire students in the future. Happy to answer questions. The one piece that I would draw attention to from the bill itself as a reference to co-locating spaces, office spaces, both the university system, the community college system, but also state agencies. I would take that a step further. Legislature, governor invests significantly in our work. I would like for us not just to have state agencies co-located with us. I'd really like for the state to look at us as partners in delivering the need, responding to the needs that you have for the state's own workforce. 11,000 folks working on behalf of the state to serve the citizens of New Hampshire. The same thing that I would say for any employer in this state, changing technology, competitive environment, you need the strongest workforce you can have. As educators who specialize in supporting the learning for adults, we could be good partners in helping to ensure that the state continues to meet the needs of its citizens in that context.
Thank you very much. Representative Dry.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I had a son who went through the community college system and then graduated from Plymouth. It was a great experience for him. Are there any community college deserts in the state of New Hampshire where it's not accessible?
Well, I'm reluctant to say that there are genuine deserts. White Mountains Community College has probably the largest geography, similar to Executive Counselor Kenny's district, pretty much the entire North Country, Lakes past, up to Canada. But we have locations in Berlin and Littleton. We partner with Kennett High School in Conway to deliver courses. Maybe more generally, it's helpful to know that about 30% of our instruction these days is occurring online, so that as long as somebody has access to the internet, we can reach them with a lot of our programs. Long-term vision, again, along with dual enrollment and trying to find better ways to serve adult workers, is to partner with employers throughout the state to be able to deliver courses both on our locations and at partner locations to be able to meet those needs for things that are more tactile, more hands-on learning.
Yes.
Thank you. A different subject. I was on the commission to study education, hospitality, and the kind of education in the state. And so I'm wondering if how well you stay on top of trends for where jobs are going in the state of New Hampshire.
Thank you, Representative Drive, for that question. Each of our colleges has an advisory board that's more geographically based, but each of our programs also has an academic program advisory board specifically with that intention. Probably we can do better. Part of the discussion, the task force with Deputy Commissioner Lavers has been ensuring that we've got a good flow of information from New Hampshire Employment Security about labor trends to understand and make sure we're not missing demands that are shifting. You're welcome.
Further questions? Yeah, Representative Selig.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. In terms of the community college instructors' qualifications and the Running Start or dual enrollment, you said they have to have a master's degree. Can that be a master's in anything, or does it need to be specific to the subject they're teaching?
The intent is to be a master's in the subject that they're teaching. That's consistent with our own requirements for faculty teaching on our campuses, and with an objective of ensuring the consistency of learning, whether it's through dual enrollment on our campuses online. We believe that that's a critical element. You're welcome.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. And Director Appleby from the department.
Good morning. Thank you, Representative Cordelli, and thank you, members of the committee. My name is Steve Appleby. I'm the Director of Educator Support and Higher Education at the Department of Ed, and also the chair of the task force that has been convening. I want to lead with letting everyone know that on Friday, before the close of the task force meeting, we did take a vote on the proposed amendment, and it was unanimous in recommending to this committee that you have the support of the task force for this amendment. We've been meeting pretty much weekly since New Year's, every Friday, as Chair Ladd mentioned. It's been Representative Luneau as well. It's been, they've had their mail forwarded on Fridays to the DOE, and we're getting through the work. Many great ideas. I want to publicly thank the task force because there's been tremendous participation and lots of really good discussion, lots of really good ideas. And a couple of themes that we haven't really talked too much about, one of which I want to mention here because it's come up this morning, and that's the college debt issue, right? College debt is a real problem. I agree with Vice Chancellor Provencher that financial literacy in our country is a huge issue, not just of kids, but of adults. I have personally helped friends fill out financial aid forms for their children, and these are friends who are highly educated. One is an attorney and a very good attorney, and that financial aid process was very complex and convoluted. So, the debt piece, I view it more of a symptom than an end result. And it's a symptom from the standpoint, I think, of one, financial literacy. And I think two, one of the issues, at least that we face in New Hampshire, and this brings back to the task force, why it was formed, is declining enrollment. If we look at our demographics, Chair Ladd mentioned this, we're seeing a 1 to 2% drop every year in our K-12 enrollments in our state, which means there are less 18-year-olds, right, at the end of that time. And I think one of the pieces that we don't always keep in mind is that most colleges are what in business we call the fixed cost model. Those buildings, those grounds, you can't easily undo those costs, right? If you build a building, you have to maintain it. And whether you have a building that's half full of students taking classes or completely full, that maintenance charge is not that different. And so as enrollments decline, costs per student go up. It's the same problem we're having in K-12, those of you who've looked at the K-12 numbers. So I think one of the problems sometimes with debt is we talk about the sticker price side, but we don't look at the inputs that are going into creating that debt. And one of the goals of this task force was how can we increase enrollments? Because if we can increase enrollments in our public systems 15 or 20%, that would allow for cost stabilization, right, because they'd be filling their classes, and that would theoretically lower costs for students, which would affect debt. So just again, keeping in mind the focus of the task force is really looking ahead to the future and what type of post-secondary educational system do we want in our state? What are the new trends out there? What can we do to arrest this declining enrollment issue? And that's been the focus. So again, task force was unanimous in support of this amendment, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Luno.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Director Appleby, for being with us this morning and for obviously your leadership on the task force as well. I want to go back to the amendment and pick up another important word right out of the title, but it talks about findings that are identified in the Governor's Public Higher Education Task Force report. And you and I have spoken about the importance of the findings in here. And I guess I'd like to sort of hear from you about how we can make sure that as this report draft becomes more final in the next week, literally, that it has the necessary elements in the report that will really be consistent with the actions that are being required in the amendment to 1450.
Thank you, Representative, for the question. So part of our process has been from the beginning of from the first task force meeting has been to educate the members of the task force. We have spent a great deal of time really looking at whether it's studies that have been done around the country, other initiatives in other states, what's going on across higher ed around the country. And as part of that process, we've also identified some key pieces in our own state, which Representative Luno mentions, findings of various things. For example, findings such as the number of high school seniors graduating in our state right now hovering just under 15,000, around 15,000 a year, is down significantly from 20 years ago when that number was, if I'm not mistaken, was up around 20,000 a year. Well, that 5,000 student drop, that's a 25% drop in 20 years, right? That finding is a driver of some of the recommendations. Another, I think, recommendation having to do with online education and availability of classes online. Again, finding is online education, especially coming out of the pandemic, has really gone mainstream, so to speak. I mean, we don't need to look much further than a college within our own state that has almost 150,000 students, because they've gone online and they've made that process of applying and the admissions process, the financial aid process. They've streamlined all of it. They're not Amazon, right? How easy it is to buy, but they're not far off. And again, another finding has been, how hard is it for students to apply and get accepted and sign up for a class? Representative Luno, you had a great example of that on Friday at our meeting around trying to take a class at one of our public institutions, and it was not a simple process to enroll in the class, right? So I think our findings will be examples that support exactly the initiatives and recommendations we're going to put forward.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Thaman.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. Could you inform us what proportion of New Hampshire freshman college students go to school in New Hampshire as opposed to going to a private or public institution out of state, and whether that ratio has changed in the last decade or so?
Thank you for the question. That's a great question, and I wish I had an answer. I do not. We collect some data at the department around the question that you asked. However, I am told by one of my fellow directors who collects that data, it might be the worst data she collects because it is voluntarily reported by guidance counselors around the state. So we don't have a great handle on that. And when we look at iPads, in fact, I was just looking this morning at a report from last year, I can't give you numbers, but I can tell you a significant number of our students leave the state. And it is significant compared to staying in. And how that is historically trending, that I couldn't answer, but it is certainly a concern. I believe if we're not the largest exporter of college students, we're one of the largest on a per capita basis around the country. So, yeah, and we've actually talked about this at the task force extensively, and that desire of high schoolers, to get out of town, to get away from their families, to get out on their own. And whereas if you're in Texas, it's a huge state. You can go 6 hours away and still be in Texas. In New Hampshire, if you go 6 hours away, you're practically in DC. So geography certainly plays a role, but some of it is the 18, 19-year-old mindset of I want to get away. I want to try new things. So.
Yes.
Thank you. And I would concur that part of it is the get out of Dodge, as it were. But I will also note that when my daughters, who are now in their early 30s, were choosing colleges, it was considerably less expensive for them to go out of state. So if that hasn't changed, and I don't think it has, we are partly losing students because of the economy that they face. And I would also note that I think I'm in Sullivan County, so it could be different in different parts of the state. But the perception of the quality of UNH is not as high as what I think is the quality of UNH. So I think it's sometimes, perhaps frequently, perceived as the default, the safety school, versus way back in the dark ages, I grew up in the shadows of UMass Amherst. And a lot of the local high school students actually wanted to go there. It wasn't a default choice. I think it's a marketing issue. That's not really a question, sorry.
Further questions? Yes.
Yep. And if there are no further questions, I just want to also want to thank two other individuals who have been instrumental in this process, and that is Vice Chancellor Provencher and Chancellor Rubenstein, who have both put in really a lot of effort and really kept open minds. And that's made our work, I think, more productive, more beneficial, and quite frankly, easier. So I want to thank you both of them.
Yeah. Thank you for that. See no further questions? Yes.
Going to answer Representative Danning's question. I don't know. So, about 56%. This is to answer your question about the number of students who go out of state to seek higher education. And my numbers are based on four-year college goers. So not of all the high school graduates, those at state go to CCS. So about 56% of our four-year college goers leave the state to attend college, and it is one of the highest in the country. I'll also note that the number of out-of-state students that we have coming in provides the biggest in-migration of talent while they're here, and if we can keep them here, another driver for our economy and our workforce.
Yes. Quickly, please.
Thank you. So how does our out-of-state enrollment compare to other comparable state universities?
So we're about 50-50 across the university system. That's lower than Vermont, for example. UVM, I think maybe 75 to 80% of their students are out-of-state students. Massachusetts probably has a higher percentage of in-state students than we do. I can tell you when you get outside of New England, the majority of students, I'll use Texas as an example, are in-state, right? I do think that has to do with the supply of choices of schools in the Northeast compared to out West, but So we're about 50-50, and we've been there for some time.
Thank you. Is this about the amendment? Okay.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. Good morning. Thank you. To follow up on your 56%, that's the youngsters who are leaving in four-year programs. Okay. Do you have any stats or guesstimations amount to come back? As we lose 56, I'm sure there's a percentage of those students that come back after a year away saying, sometimes home is better than away. Do we have any of the stats on that?
I don't have those with me, Representative, but I will check on that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing nothing further, thank you very much, both of you, everybody for being here. Is there anyone else who wanted to testify on the 1450 amendment? Seeing none, we can close the hearing and thank everybody.
So, who's filling in?
Yeah, this is,
Because the official,
Here it is.
these are the emails.
yeah,
So, Sally's filling in.
for Tanner,
Okay. Calvin.
Sullivan for
Yep, okay,
Cascade.
because the seating, okay.
Right.
That's all. So Sally
Yeah.
Tanner, okay.
Right.
What's her first name?
Huh?
Representative Sally, what is her
Brian,
name? What's that?
Brian Sullivan?
No, Sally.
Selig. I don't know, you don't need it.
What is your first name?
Lauren.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think so. We wanted to caucus, right?
Yeah, we will.
Can we have a restroom break?
Yeah, we're going to just
Okay.
open up and then we're going to caucus.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, for those in the committee, here's what we're going to be doing. We're just going to open up the executive session, then we're going to take a break for caucus and walking down to the WC. Okay, so with that, I'm going to open up the executive sessions for today, and at this time, we are going to be attending to caucus work and et cetera. Thank you. regarding the registration of students in high school. So, David, do you have anything you want to impart to us? Pearls of wisdom, et cetera, go for it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a pleasant email from my state rep, Representative Hall, who's on this committee somewhere. She is. That you were discussing this bill and thought that maybe some input from me would be helpful. I probably would be better off answering questions if you have them, but I would just say that efforts to register high school students has been in existence for some time. And we encourage supervisors of the checklists and town clerks that want to conduct a voter registration opportunity for students in high school to do that. But there are some caveats to that. Number one is that when there is a registration drive, it is a public event and it cannot be restricted or limited to just a certain group or certain class of people. So, if the supervisors are willing to do a registration drive for high school students, let's say, it should be an open event so that other members of the community could take advantage of the same opportunity. But then if there are other groups in town that would like that same opportunity, then the supervisors of the checklist should be willing to do that. If the local veterans organization wants to, have a registration drive for some of their younger members or whoever, then the supervisor should be willing to do the same thing, and it should also be a public event so that anybody that's interested in taking advantage of getting registered can do that. There is also concerns about offering something of value, either financial value or personal value, to get registered to vote. So you can't give ice cream cones just to those people that show up to register to vote and nobody else. You can't give A's to students because they went and registered to vote. You don't want anything that comes close to the perception of buying a voter's registration or vote. So that's very, very important. In New Hampshire, a citizen that's qualified that wants to register to vote has to do it personally in front of an election official, specifically a supervisor of the checklist or town clerk. Teachers, for example, cannot hand out registration forms in their classroom and have students fill them out unless it's a registration drive and there is an election official present at that event. The last thing I'll say before I'll take questions is that 15 months ago I had that special committee on voter confidence that went around the state, and that group heard from the whole range of voters and ideas, perspectives in New Hampshire, and it was a really great exercise. And we learned that there are some things that are agreed upon across the board in that process. And one of those is just doing more with civics and voter education and engaging not just students, but our whole population. And so over the last few months, we have been engaging in efforts to do just that. One of the big events that we had was partnering with an organization called Vet the Vote. And we actually set up a mock polling place in Merrimack, which was each of the stations in a polling place was manned by veterans who were also local election officials. And it was an opportunity for other veterans to come in and see exactly what happens in a polling place, but it was also open to the general public. And the kicker there was that the Vet the Vote program is also partnered with the NFL. So we had 3 former New England Patriot players there, and that helped draw some turnout. So that was a good event. One big plan that I have organized for the summer is bringing on a person into the office who, as a former educator, and starting a civic space program for a direct outreach to voters. We'll be looking at high school students, college students, but also just getting messaging out to the general public about how our elections actually work in an effort to reduce the amount of misinformation that is out there related to the election process. So with that, I'll be happy to answer whatever questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary, for being here. So can you speak at all to what law or case law or best practices sort of exist around policies of who is allowed and how they are allowed to assist voters with voting or with registering?
So the law is very clear, as I mentioned, that only supervisors of the checklist and or the town clerk can accept voter registration forms directly from voters. And when they do that, they are reviewing the information on the form, and then they are looking at the backup documentation that is provided to prove identity, age, citizenship, and domicile. And in New Hampshire, we do have affidavits that a voter can sign, to prove those things. That's the state of the law at the current time. But those are items that are provided to those election officials. And then the election officials will take them back and in an advertised session, will vote on them to add those names to the voter checklist. In New Hampshire, only supervisors of the checklist can add names to the voter checklist or remove names from the checklist. Even the Secretary of State cannot do that. It's those locally elected individuals that have that responsibility. And so it is within the statutory authority of those election officials to not only take registrations when they're in meeting or at the clerk's office, but they can hold events either in a school or at the local VFW or at the town fair in the summertime. They can have a table set up where qualified people have an opportunity outside of their office setting to register to vote.
As a school principal or as a social studies teacher, I'd like to engage this process in my classroom. If I have a supervisor of the checklist come in to register students on the format and addressing those 4 points that you mentioned, then the supervisor now has this form. Is that taken back to the supervisors of the checklist for approval, or is it approved upon the individual supervisor dealing with it in the classroom?
So in a situation like that, if a supervisor is going to go someplace and take registrations, then it has to be an advertised event. It can't be a private event. It should be advertised just like they're holding, a session for receiving applications. And then at that event, the registration forms would be collected and then taken back so that the board of supervisors has the opportunity to vote on the applications and accept them and then put those names on the checklist.
And I'll just follow up, and then the rest of the committee. Is that event at the school in the classroom a singular event only for students, or can somebody walk in off the street and say, I want to take advantage of this situation and register?
Yeah, and so it should be held in a location, not specifically a classroom, so that the general public can come in if they want to register as well. The issue with schools when these events are held in schools is sometimes a lot of high schools are regional high schools, And the students that attend that school are from different towns within the region. A supervisor of the checklist can only accept registrations from citizens of their town. So if it was going to be if the school was going to sponsor an event like that, and there's 4 towns in the school district, then ideally there should be a representative there from the 4 towns, supervisors of the checklist, so that each student has the opportunity to do that. If the election officials from town C are not there, then the students who would be voters in town C would not be able to register at that event.
I have another question. I want to ask you, Representative Hall, at this time. Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, and thank you for taking my question. In a letter you wrote to the supervisors of the checklist in 2023, you had said that public notice and access to the event are not required if a single supervisor attending the event to receive applications. Is that no longer the case? Like the quorum thing and the...
I want to just look back and double check, the circumstances that was written. My understanding has been that when registrations are taken, that they are public events.
Okay. Can I follow up? Actually, I should read you, want me to read you exactly what it says, because I was kind of mixing it all up. A single supervisor attending an event to receive applications that will not be acted on until a subsequent supervisor's session is not a public meeting of the board. Therefore, public notice and access to the event are not required. So that's, I just want you to...
Okay, so if that's what's written, that's the way it is. Bud Fitch, I'm sure, approved that. Bud Fitch is the legal counsel for the Secretary of State's office. But the key part there was that the registrations would not be approved at that event.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Selig, and then Representative Dry.
Thank you. I'm wondering just if a civics teacher had their students filling out sort of the basic information in those forms for the students to then take back to their town clerk's office to sign and provide all the necessary documents. Would that be still within the realm of what's legal, so that they're, because I live in Durham and have volunteered at a number of elections and been sworn to assist with this process. And we advise people as they're filling things out to get to a certain line and stop and not sign anything till the supervisor is there monitoring and that they're the ones in fact signing and providing their documents. So if a teacher had students doing just the initial portion, would that be, and then the student takes it with them, is that?
That would not be permitted.
Okay.
We do not make the registration forms publicly available because ultimately what happens is a voter will fill one of those out and then mail it in. And that's just not the way it works in New Hampshire. So that would not be permissible. There is a bill in the legislature right now that would create a voter portal, which would allow voters, potential voters, on their laptop to fill out the information that would be required on a voter registration form. And that would be sent then to the supervisors of the checklist. They would review it. They would bring a copy with them to the polls, and then that voter would have to show up either at the polling place or go to the supervisor's meeting and sign the forms and show the documentation. And the benefit of doing that is that the information is provided by the voter in electronic form, which would save the supervisors from having to transfer illegibly written, handwritten forms and enter that into the database. They'd be able to just transfer once they approve the application. And then it should streamline the time it takes for a voter that's registering to vote to move through the polling place if they pre-fill that information out.
Thank you.
Representative Dry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for taking my question. I just want to go a little in the weeds with Representative Hall's letter. Was that at the school, it would not be with one supervisor there, that would not be a board meeting, so it wouldn't have to be announced as in public. Now, is that different than having that event open to the public so that members of the public could also come along with high school students to register? Like, what kind of a meeting or what kind of announcement would be required or needed?
If the supervisors are meeting to actually place names on the checklist or take names off the checklist, that's noticed as a session for the correction of the checklist. And at that meeting, there has to be a quorum of supervisors present so that they can vote on the applications that they've received and whether those names get placed on the checklist or not.
Yes.
So we're having this event at the high school. Public is invited or announced? Is it announced that it's taking place so that members of the public can also take
Well,
advantage of it?
based on what my notification that got sent out to local election officials some time ago, it sounds like an event could be held without notice to the public, as long as there is one supervisor present. That would not be an official session of the supervisors. It would just be, it would be like a new voter going into the clerk's office and filling out the application form, showing the clerk documentation because the clerk is authorized to do that. But the clerk cannot put that name on the checklist. The clerk then has to take that application and give it to the Board of Supervisors of the checklist, who then vote by majority vote to accept it.
One more.
Go ahead.
So it is a limited then event because it wouldn't be open to the public.
That seems to be the case. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to confirm that, but you know, if the notice went out from my office, I'm sure that's.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Woodcock, Representative Woodcock, I saw your hand up go first. Did you? Representative Lucas? Yeah, you're welcome.
Well, I just wanted to follow that up, given what we just talked about. Would they still need to have a supervisor of the checklist from each town represented by the school?
That would make the most sense if it's if it's a regional school district. Yeah, I mean, if part of that process is to educate the voters and give them an opportunity, then the event should have at least one supervisor from each of the towns in the district.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman-elect. Good morning, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for being here. Something much easier. Can you have a guess for us, a ballpark guess, how many 18 to 21-year-olds in New Hampshire register?
I don't have a guess on the top of my head, although, you know, I did listen to the discussion that you had last time, and Representative Hall, I think you tossed a figure out when you were discussing that. Those figures are a little bit deceptive in that, and it's in the way the other states report their data compared to New Hampshire. So New Hampshire has election day registration, and there's a growing number of states now that, you know, they're going in that direction. But in many states, the registrations have to take place, you know, as early as 30 days before the election. And so those states are able to report their registration numbers faster than New Hampshire.
Sure.
When most of the registrants do it on the day of the election. And so New Hampshire may not be as high as the national average, but I think it would be higher once all those final numbers come in when you look at that. But the bottom line is, it's the registrations of youth are relatively low. And you know, the trick is to get them, if they do it once, if they register to vote and they vote, then they tend to continue to do it. And I think that's, you know, we want to encourage them to do that so that they participate. And, you know, once they get involved in that process, they tend to stick with it.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Secretary Scanlon, I have one question, follow-up to the example you gave us about the regional high school with students from towns A, B, C, and D. The question is it discriminatory if town C students are not afforded the same experience as A, B, and D?
Well, I think it would be if, if in the process of organizing this, towns A, B, and D were invited and town C was not. But if they were all invited and, one of them was for whatever reason unable to make it, and if they were willing to, create an opportunity, that might work outside of that event, then I think it depends on the situation, whether it would be discriminatory or not.
There are some communities that do not want to engage in this activity in schools. And so if town C was one that did not want to engage, and kids from A, B, and D were provided that opportunity, what recourse would the kids from town C have saying, hey, I wasn't afforded this opportunity, where other high school students in this school were afforded that opportunity?
Well, I would hope that in a situation like that, that the students from town C would be informed of how to register to vote and where they could go and do it. They're 18, right? They can vote. They can register to vote when they're 17, as long as they will be 18 before the next election. And so 18-year-olds are adults. They assume some responsibility, and if that opportunity is not available for them on election day, or when they have the event at the school, then I suppose they could take the initiative to visit the clerk or a supervisor's meeting, or just show up at the polls on the day of the election.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again for taking my question. So I'm just curious, let's see if the single town clerk goes and does the voter registration drive. She gets all the pile of registrations. Now, when she goes back to the group, they go one by one to accept it. They don't just say, okay, this whole pack was done the same way, one by one.
They would go one by one and vote on and then vote on the individuals
Right.
that they're going to approve. Yes.
Can I have one more, please? One more. You said before the next election. Does it matter what kind of election it is, whether it's a primary or presidential or a local?
No, it's before the next
Any
election.
election?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, because in New Hampshire, you have to be 18 years old to vote. So if you have a town election before a primary, and the student won't turn 18 until after the town election, then the student could not register to vote before the town election.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Cornell.
And thank you, Secretary, for taking my question. Would it be safe to assume that town clerks or people who do this in cities and towns know the rules for how to do it and what's required? Or and if they had questions, they would check with your office before they went into a school and registered kids in a class and didn't give out public notice?
Yes, there are many long-term clerks and long-term supervisors of the checklist who know how this process works. And the newer ones, and we are seeing a lot of turnover in those positions now through elections. They don't hesitate to call if they have questions. And one of the initiatives that I would like to see it's important to get them to register to vote, but we would like to take it to another level and get them to volunteer in polling places, and get some younger people that want to participate as supervisors of the checklist, because some of those individuals have been doing that job for 30, 40, even 50 years, and we have to find replacements for them.
Oh, we're all getting a little whiter in the hair. Not everybody. Representative Damon.
It's getting grayer. Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I was wondering if you could just update us on what the training for supervisors of the checklist is, and also, am I correct that in order to be a supervisor, you have to be 18?
You have to be an election official at the local level. You have to be 18 years old. You have to live in the town or the city ward, and you have to be a United States citizen. You have to meet, those requirements. And then, in terms of the training, prior to every election cycle, whether it's a presidential primary or whether it's the fall elections every 2 years, we have been expanding the training opportunities. But we start with about a dozen 2.5 to 3 hour training sessions that we take around the state. So we visit each county, go all the way up to Colebrook sometimes, and over to Keene, down on the seacoast, and everywhere in between. And we create opportunities for moderators, clerks, and supervisors of the checklist to come in so that they can learn the process, number one, but two, we make them aware of all the law changes that take place every year. And then in addition to that, we have been recording training sessions and putting them up on YouTube. And then we have been doing training videos that are specific to the individual roles in the polling place, whether it's a supervisor of the checklist or a ballot clerk or a moderator. We're trying to make the training as available and as convenient to everybody that wants to participate in that process.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up to that, I as a ballot clerk in this past election, I watched those videos and it was superb. I knew how to do everything I needed to do. Thank you.
The legislature tried to change that, though, so you won't know what everything you did. Secretary, have you talked with Ovid LaMontagne, who has got the commission right now in looking at civics education within our schools, textbook, et cetera? And you spoke at the very beginning of your presentation, or working with us today, that you are looking down the road at a program which could be used from an educational perspective in the schools. Are you, linking it up with Ovid, who is also right now, they're right in the process of letting a contract out and moving forward with a design program? I was just curious to know if you are aware of that.
I have not spoken with Ovid on that topic, but I think whatever they decide to do will be compatible with with our initiative. It's we've been doing a really good job conducting the elections and training the poll workers and communicating them. The one area that we need to spend more time on is communicating to the voters themselves. And so, I'm anxious to see what the Civics Commission comes up with. But whatever it is, it will be, our initiative will be an enhancement to that.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Selig.
Thank you. Very quickly. So first, just to follow up on Representative Damon's question, I believe you have to also be registered to vote in the district where you're a supervisor. And then my other question is, are you aware of an organization called My School Votes, which creates voting clubs in schools, not in New Hampshire because kids can't pre-register here, but in other places, a nonpartisan effort to get students to learn about the voting process in order to encourage their peers to vote and to support that?
Yeah, I'm not aware of that organization. Number one. Number two is you have to be a registered voter to work as an official in the polls, except that the law does allow for 17-year-olds to work in a polling place. And, we really want to encourage, that type of participation.
Thank you for the clarification. Actually, my student got her NHS hours that way.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you for being here, Secretary. I just want to mention RSA 18923, which relates to the State Board of Education distributing copies of the Constitution and election laws to teachers in high schools. This dates back to the 30s. It had been lost somewhere along the line. I've contacted the State Board Chair and the Commissioner, and they are going to start to do that, but I just wanted you to be aware of, they were going to be sending out information on election laws. So, maybe some coordination there might be helpful as well.
Yep, that would be good. We do every year publish constitutions for the fourth graders, I think, in the state of New Hampshire, and they're generally available. And I know the Finance Committee has been looking at a bill that would require us to publish a lot more copies of the Constitution so that they could be more widely distributed.
I have one more thing twirling around up here. We have a requirement to any student that comes K through 12, we must enroll, whether they're a citizen of the country or not. We have a number of students we've had in past years, the valedictorian coming forward and testifying in here, who may not be a citizen of our state and denied in-state tuition at UNH because of that. What are we going to deal with those students, which we're going to have more and more that come in that are not legal residents of our country? Is that going to be a problem if we start doing this in the schools?
Well, one of the requirements for registration is that you show documentation of citizenship. And, right now the legislature allows for that requirement to be established by signing a qualified voter affidavit. And as long as the supervisor of the checklist has no reason to believe that that information is not true, then it would be accepted. If there is information that is provided that to the contrary, then the supervisors, when they're making that decision, have to make a determination. Is it more likely than not that this person is a United States citizen? And using that standard would decide whether to approve the name or not. It is a crime for somebody to register to vote who is not properly qualified. And so if there's somebody that lies on their voter registration form that says that they are a United States citizen when they are not, that is punishable.
Thank you. Any further questions from the committee? Well, we want to thank you very much for coming in
Thank
today
you.
and informing us about this
I hope that was
process.
helpful.
Have a good day.
You too.
Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to return to the caucus session. So we'll break up again. No, we've agreed to go back in the caucus. Okay, we're going to go ahead and try to knock off several bills here before lunch. So the first bill which we're going to be taking up is 1093. This is prohibiting mandatory mask policies. And I'll open it up with some discussion first here. Ms. Ryan, did you have something you wanted to communicate to us on this particular bill?
So, okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Maura Ryan, and I'm a member of the State Advisory Committee for Education. I'm not here on behalf of them. I'm here on behalf of myself. But I did speak with the chair, who was not able to come here today, and what she wanted me to communicate to you, and she wrote a letter to this effect. When the State Advisory Committee wrote our recommendation regarding this particular bill, we used the phraseology that we opposed it as written because we thought there should be an exception for students who needed to wear a mask if it was necessary and if it was in their IEP. Examples, I would 100% say that that's something that's probably rare. But examples would be if a student had a transplant or if they had cystic fibrosis or something like that, where they would need to wear a mask because they'd be in an immunocompromised position. So in that case, they would need to wear a mask, and it would be something that would be a medical reason. And we just wanted to make sure that if there were an exception like that, that could be addressed. Obviously, on the flip side, with COVID and masking, kids with disabilities were not able to get appropriate speech services, and that is a reason why it's sort of hard to have an absolute, because there should be some exceptions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Cornell.
So, thank you for taking my question. So if it's in the student's IEP that student with a medical condition should only be around other students who are also masks for his health, what do you think about that?
So you're asking me, I'm just going to reiterate your question to make sure I understand it. If a student needs to be in an environment where other people are masked, you're asking me what, I'm not certain if you're asking me a medical opinion, so I just wanted to clarify that.
I'm just saying if it happens to end up in the student's IEP that their health is fragile and that other students should be masked to be in contact with that student, what would happen then if there's a mask prohibition in the school?
Okay. Again, I would say that that's usually a pretty rare circumstance, and it would usually be only in the a situation where a transplant is taking place, and it's usually going to be a transitory situation. But I think it would be something that the school would be able to work out if it was in the IEP. I think that's something where we can have common sense and work something like that out.
Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So with that, we're on 1093, and I'm going to look to Representative Noble for a motion, please.
I move ought to pass on HB 1093.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Okay, we have a second made by Representative Cordiello and a motion made by Representative Noble. Representative Noble, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to take this time to move an amendment forward. Amendment 2024-0911H, and you should all have that on your desk.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to move forward 0911H, made by Representative Noble. Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Cordelli makes the second. Representative Noble, would you speak to your amending motion?
Thank you. So the first change is moving it out of the studies section, which was probably not an appropriate section, and into a new section. The other change is to it was for the SAC, what they had given feedback for, which was creating an exception for children with IEPs and 504s. so that they would still be able to require masks if that was in their plan.
Thank you. Representative Cordell, you care to speak as a second?
Nothing. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment, which we're talking 0911H? Sure. So everybody had a chance to read through it right now? Okay, so with that, we have a motion. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Petterno.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Cornell. Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Alboni.
No.
Representative Sullivan.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Motion on the table is OTP. Further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I can start with speaking to that motion. So I just want to say that the governor's mask mandate exempted K through 12 students, teachers, and staff. School boards created their own mandates for masking. And parents, in a lot of cases, were not able to get exemptions for their kids who suffered from asthma or autism, anxiety, developmental issues. However, if we were under the governor's mask mandate for the schools, that would not have been an issue at all. If you've read the mask mandate from the governor, number 6 under that, a person who declines to wear a mask or cloth face covering because of a medical or developmental issue or difficulty breathing shall not be required to produce documentation or other evidence verifying the condition. So the kids would have been covered under that. In late February of 22, the governor had a press conference and said that schools are now required to end their mask mandates. And he was asked several times during that press conference for some clarity on whether school districts can decide on their own to end the mask mandates, and he said no. Schools really need to transition their policy away from the mask mandates. And they actually cited that the districts would be in violation of Ed 306 rules having to do with meeting the instructional needs of each individual student and promoting a school environment that was conducive to learning. Now, I remember at the time for myself that I thought that was kind of odd because we didn't do that for the previous 2 years. There was objection to that from the New Hampshire School Boards Association. I have a quote from Barrett Christina in a article from NHPR, And this was in regards to the violation of the Ed 306 rules. And he said, "We were caught off guard by the announcement yesterday. For the last 2 years, the governor and the commissioner have repeatedly stated that the decision of whether or not a school district would require masks within their facility has always been up to the local school boards. The authority to put mask mandates in place lies with the school boards, not the state," he said. "And the authority does not disappear, even if the state guidelines change." So I just, you know, the New Hampshire School Boards Association is opposed to this bill. And I don't really understand why, because the school boards also, you know, the kids went through a terrible time. It also was not easy for school boards. So this bill kind of takes that off their plate if this were ever to be an issue again. And it puts it back on the state. If there is some kind of public health crisis, then that mandate is going to have to come from the state. It should not come from our local school districts. So at that time, after that press conference and my school district sent out an email saying that we're not allowed to require masks anymore. And that was the end of it. There was no having a special meeting or voting to change their policy. It ended right there. But that was not the case in every district. So in another article from Mascoma Valley Regional School District is discussing ways to come into compliance with the state. And so this was an NBC5 article. And the superintendent at the time said, "Our board is potentially going to need to look at their mandate for masking again, and probably look at an emergency meeting coming up within the next few days so we can discuss it again." And she goes on to say, "As administrators and teachers, we're tired of asking kids to continue pulling up their masks and to explain to them why. It's just kind of a mask fatigue, if you will, on the part of the wearers and the people that have to enforce the wearing." There in the hearing, it was brought up about there were some mask lawsuits across the state. And I understand that some may think that those were frivolous because they were citing child restraint statutes. You have to understand that parents were desperate and looking for anything that they could grab onto to make this stop because their children were being harmed. This bill is not misguided. It's taken the school boards off the hook because they're not qualified to be making these types of decisions, and that was admitted in the hearing. That 2 people said that. If the state wants a mandate, like I said, it's up to the state. This bill is about learning from mistakes of the past and prevention for the future. There certainly wasn't intent to cause harm, but the mask mandates did cause a lot of harm. And parents tried to sound the alarm bell and nobody would listen. So for as long as I'm sitting here, as a parent who went through that, I am going to do everything that I can to make sure that this never happens again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Representative Cordiello?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So last week on the House floor, during the debate on the free speech amendment, this is related, someone mentioned that old adage about, I may disagree with what you say, but I'll fight for your right to say it. I see a similarity here because you can still think that masks are effective and that the kids should wear them. But I think that, as you heard in my testimony, I know there's a few of you here who weren't at the hearing, but I brought up a lot of medical evidence and, including Dr. Fauci himself expressing some lack of surety over the effectiveness of masks, but reasonable doubt has definitely been raised. So the choice as to whether a child should wear a mask to school or not should lie with the parents. So anyway, to vote in favor of this bill, you don't have to agree with any of the evidence I presented in the hearing. This bill would not take away the right to wear masks. All it does is, and I'm sorry to read, but I have a lot to say and I don't want to waste your time and I don't want to forget anything. All it does is make sure that the rights of parents who don't want their children to wear masks are respected too. And exercising this right will do no harm to mask wearers. What concerns me is this logical paradox. If some people think that masks are effective and they choose to wear them or have their kids wear them, why are they so concerned about other people not wearing them? If masks work, won't those wearing them be protected from those who aren't? There's the local control argument, and by taking this decision away from the school boards. And I think it might have been Representative Phillips who brought up a good point. There is no more local of a unit than the family. This bill isn't mandating some kind of detailed curriculum. It is simply protecting the rights of parents to make personal choices for their own children. There is one thing I want to reread from all those articles I brought up. I think it bears repeating because it was an article just from this past December, just 3 months ago, The Archives of Disease in Childhood. It concluded, real-world effectiveness of child mask mandates has not been demonstrated with high-quality evidence. The current body of scientific data does not support masking children for protection against COVID-19. We fail to find any evidence of benefit from masking children. Child mask mandates fail a basic risk-benefit analysis. Recommending child masking is unsupported by current scientific data and inconsistent with accepted ethical norms. So this is from a medical journal. There's one other thing I want to add in the conclusion to the article. It says, in medicine, new interventions with unknown benefit, but known or potential risks, cannot be ethically recommended or enforced until absence of harm is demonstrated. An intervention should only be employed after benefit has been demonstrated. There's been a lot of reasonable doubt brought up, and I think from listening to the testimony that harm has been done. Aside from the young man and I believe it was the New Hampshire School Board lobbyist who opposed this bill, everyone else who spoke at the hearing supported it. And I think they were all moms whose children suffered in one way or another, especially mentally. We are trying to figure out what is the cause of our mental health crisis. Perhaps this could be a small part of it. And I'm one of those moms. I had to see my son go off to school every day with a mask. And he's the kind of kid who just takes things pretty easily, and it didn't really seem to affect him. But I can certainly, it made me feel really sad that he had to experience half of his high school wearing something covering his face. Moms have a sixth sense about what's harmful for their children. We need to respect parents like them and pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So is there any, pardon me, we're moving to the vote right now. So, Madam Clerk, we are now voting on the primary motion, which was OTP, on the mandatory mask policies for 1093.
Should we move on to PA? Was there a motion for it?
I thought we,
The amendment,
that was a
The amendment.
1010 vote.
Right, okay.
Yeah, so that was 1010. So now we're on the main motion. Everybody ready here? Okay, Madam Clerk.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekus.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello. Yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Sullivan,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Motion, Representative Myler? Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion made by Representative Myler and second by Representative Luno. The motion is to ITL 1093. Further discussion from the maker of the motion? No. From the second? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll when you're ready?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Oops. Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
No.
Representative Peternell.
No.
Representative Cortiello. No. Representative Terry.
No.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Selly.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay. Pardon me? Okay. Okay.
Who was making the motion? I didn't get the idea.
The motion was made by Representative Myler and second by Representative Luno. And Representative Balboni, you're going to be doing the report, and Representative Noble, you'll be doing the report?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We got two more bills we're going to quickly do before lunchtime. The next one is HB 1450. That's establishing a commission on higher education consolidation, of which we're going to change that title. And I'm going to hand the gavel over to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I call on Chairman Ladd for a motion.
I'll make a motion to OTP.
I'll second that.
Second by Representative Luno. Discussion.
We got to slow down a little
Yep.
bit.
I'm good.
Yeah, we're good. Okay.
50, correct?
1450, correct.
1450, yes. Yes, being the maker of the motion, I would like to propose Amendment 0964H. That's the one we heard this morning earlier.
I will second that.
Second, further discussion, Representative Ladd.
No.
Representative Luno, anything?
No, we had a very good discussion this morning on it, and I really appreciate the committee's time to entertain that. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is ought to pass on Amendment 0964H. And we're looking to the clerk when she's ready.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
19 yeas, 1 nay.
Thank you. Do we have a further motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that on 1450 OTPA with Amendment 0964H.
Second.
Second by Representative Luno. Any further discussion from the committee?
No.
Seeing none, thank you. Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Portiello, yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
19 yeas, 1 nay.
Consent.
Yes. Consent is okay, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we will move forward to the last one we're going to do before lunch here. I want to thank everybody for that 1450 vote. That's an important one here. 1608. Look to Representative Myler for a motion. I'll second that. Okay, further discussion from the maker of the motion.
Yeah, I think that this is it's a good bill, but it needs further study. And I also know that there's a similar bill coming over from the Senate that will give us a little more time to look at this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I concur what was just said. So, further discussion from the committee. Okay, not seeing any further discussion or hearing any. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? Motion is on 1608 and the motion is interim study.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Blackus.
Yeah.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello. Yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Bluno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yep.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay, thank you very much.
Consent.
That will go on consent.
And I'll do the report.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we're going to be taking a break now and we'll come back at 1 hour from now. That'd be making it 1:15. Thank you.
No, we go across the hall. We have 403 tomorrow.
Okay, welcome back to everybody. We're ready to go ahead and continue execing today. The hope is we can get through these bills today. That will eliminate some people from having to come down tomorrow. Amen to that. Although I remind people that the Senate Ed is meeting tomorrow and a number of our bills are on their calendar. So the first bill we're going to be taking up is 1382. This is a bill relative to special education support for military-connected students. And I'm going to hand the gavel over to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I call on Chairman Ladd for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to recommend OTP.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Woodcock.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you're-
Comment, discussion.
Yes, I'd like to offer Amendment 1129H for 1392.
82.
Yeah, 1382. 1129 is the amendment number.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, again by Representative Woodcock. Discussion.
Yes, thank you. As you recall, this was a bill that addressed the issue when a special education child that's of the military support from family, DOD, schools, transfers into your school, has to deal with the military compact, that if they have an IEP, which they're carrying with them, their paperwork, we called it the old 201 file. Now it's probably all digitized and et cetera, but they bring that in, then the receiving school accepts that and moves forward with education programming. Now they look at the IEP and they see an IEP, they immediately contact the sending school and those records are transferred to them immediately by way of the digital capabilities. If they find that this IEP is current, this IEP is also meeting what they're observing in the school and they want to continue it. In other words, there's another year left on that IEP. The IEP is good. They can go forward and deliver services in accordance with that IEP. That's the way our legislation in this state is written right now. So just because they're coming in new doesn't mean you have to go through the IEP development processes again within 30 days and go through all that again, which is already in that IEP. That's causing, of course, it's a financial loss to the community to have to, gather all the people associated with that IEP and services. So what this does, the amendment does, it eliminates sections 1 and 2, and which reflect, when you're receiving, you get comparable services. That's already being done. And we're already looking at the IEPs and we have the responsibility of updating it. And if necessary or going with it, that's already being done. What's not being done is section 3. And section 3 deals with witness fees incurred by parents who are members of the armed forces shall in due process hearings be reimbursed by the Department of Education if the hearing officer finds in favor of the parent. Doesn't mean the local school district has to do it. It means the state has to. As far as I know, in talking with people at the department, this has not happened at all. When military kids move into this state is really supportive, and we always have been. And so, but this is put in there in case they have a due process hearing, the findings come out in behalf of the parent, the student, then those costs of legal services all are reimbursed by the state to that family for those costs. That's the only thing this bill will now do. The top 2 sections are eliminated.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock, anything to add?
I agree with Representative Ladd.
Very good. Any comments from the committee? Questions? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, we can vote on Amendment 1129H.
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Blackus?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Peternell?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry?
Yes.
Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Selig?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Heath?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Sullivan?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Further motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion, OTPA on 1382 with the amendment we just did.
Representative Woodcock, would you like to second this as well?
Please, thank you.
You're welcome. Any further discussion on the OTPA? Seeing none? Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Peternell?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello? Yes. Representative Terry?
Yes.
Representative Myler? Representative Cornell? Representative Selig?
Yes.
Representative Luna?
Yes.
Representative Heath?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Sullivan?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
Yet 20 yeas, 0 nays.
Consent okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. What we have next is we do have two bills which we have not had time to really caucus on. Both caucuses haven't. That's the 1298 definition of part-time teachers. There was an amendment handed out at noontime, should be on your desk. And the other one, the Republican caucus hasn't really engaged in HB 1014. I know there may be, Representative Dry, do you have to leave this at 1:30 today? Okay. So I think what this is, it's going to be a good opportunity for us to take a second, a couple minutes or so to look at 1298 and 1014 and then come back.
Right. There was also an amendment handed out for 1015.
1014?
1015.
Or 1015?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, so you might be looking at that one as well. So three bills, 1015, 1298, and 1014. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you, thank you. This is getting warm in here, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, oh,
one of the new people in my seat.
that's a good idea.
You're subsidizing.
We're back in executive session. Just a reminder to everybody, when we're introducing a motion, the person that's going to be introducing the motion is going to be the person that speaks to it. I'm not going to ask the person making the second to do any speaking either. So it's just going to be one person each side addressing, and this has been agreed upon by both caucuses. So that's where we're going to go. So the first one we're going to start off with is HB 1298, the definition of part-time teachers. And I'd look to Representative Drive for a motion.
I make a motion of ought to pass.
I'll second it. Unless somebody else wanted to second it. Okay.
Yeah, should I take, you can do that.
Why don't you recognize me then? Yeah.
Yeah. I would like to recognize Chairman Ladd for discussion.
I'd like to introduce 1298, Amendment 1127H.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Myler. Discussion?
Yes. When you look at the amendment replaces the entire bill. And the amendment has been crafted in conjunction with some folks we've worked over it with DOE. We're talking about part-time teachers with adjunct authorization. Now, it's not certification, it's authorization. And what we've recognized from prior commission work, that there are certain positions, depending upon your district, where there's teacher shortages. And it's critical that we have somebody in that position that's got the knowledge and content and the qualifications to address the subject or the content being instructed. The initial bill which we had said this individual could be part-time basis for less than 30 hours. When we look at 30 hours and you divide 5 into it, you're beyond the 5.5 hours a day of instruction which basically occur. Whether in the grade schools, whether you count recess as instruction, but I always did. It was my favorite subject. And so it's down to 20 hours right now. So this is a part-time position. But even more importantly, it's to address local and statewide teacher shortage content area. So it's the local district that has to make the decision whether they can find somebody to teach this science class or the class which is where they have the teacher shortage area within. This bill, this amendment, versus what we initially had produced, requires a bachelor's degree or higher with a major in or related to the field of authorization. In other words, if you're coming in as a history teacher, if there is a shortage in history, the person would have to have a background, a degree in history. You don't necessarily need that teacher's ticket, the certification, but you have the bachelor's degree in history. Or and must submit passing scores on the content knowledge exam or exams required for authorization area, if one exists. There may be some subject areas, in talking with the director over the DOE, they don't have exams for. But if there is an exam, for example, a history, you'd have to, pass that exam. Verification of 5 years occupational experience in or related to the content field of the authorization is, and if the New Hampshire Department of Education determines that this requirement is not met, the individual in the employing public school or district may apply to the New Hampshire Department for a determination as whether adequate occupational experience is documented to justify the issuance of an adjunct authorization. A criminal background check is required, and it needs to be required. The adjunct authorization issued in this, let's see, going on down a little farther here. If in fact you're looking to become a teacher, this is not going to be a step towards it. You have to take the alternative approved program or the teacher certification preparation program to get certification. So that's important also. If you lost your job as a result of something which shouldn't happen, or a criminal background, or areas which it's been revoked, you're ineligible for this. So another area of extreme importance. And lastly, we've talked about the code of ethics and the professional code of conduct. Part-time teachers, this applies to the part-time teachers as well. So there's no question that you have to abide by that. So that's the nature of this. It's trying to address these issues that we have attended to and heard so much about, teacher shortage, but it's not going to give full-time status, and it's going to require that you have a person that has a background in it and a bachelor's degree in it. So I won't speak any more to it. I think
Thank you. Any further comments? Representative
Yes.
Myler.
Yes, thank you. The original bill, we had major concerns about, and I think that the Ladd Amendment does address those concerns and provides an entree to some issues that were dealt with in the Teacher Shortage Committee, of which Representative Ladd and I were both on. And as a result of that, we will be supporting this amendment. Thank you very much.
Seeing no further comments, Madam Clerk, roll call for the amendment.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Blackus.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello. Yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Representative Dry, did you have a motion?
Ought to pass with amendment. I move that this be ought to pass with amendment.
Second by Representative Myler. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Blackus.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry?
Yes.
Representative Myler? Representative Cornell? Representative Selig? Representative Luno? Representative Heath?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock? Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Sullivan?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Consent? Yes. Okay. Going on down this list here, we did 1382, 1450, establishing a commission. No, we did that one also. Great. 1452, credentials for superintendent and business officer. Recognize Representative Dry for a motion, please. 1452.
Respecting the office of clerk, just a minute.
Okay.
I move ITL.
Is there a second?
Second.
So we have a motion on the table, ITL on 1452, made by Representative Dry and second by Representative Cordelli. Representative Dry?
What I've seen is that statute is kind of paints with broad stripes, and the rules and regulations and minutia belong in rules and regulations. And I think that this bill puts a very long job description that belongs more in rules and regulations into statute. I mean, we had a bill recently that delineated job qualifications for the Commissioner of Education that only had 3 short lines. This is very long, extensive. I mean, it's good, but it's too long to put into a statute. I think what we have here is a very good model for local districts to look at when they're looking to hire a superintendent.
Further discussion? No, not going to have it. You're Representative Luno?
Sure, just very quickly. So I agree with Representative Dry, not on the motion, but on the idea that these do belong in rules. Unfortunately, the Department of Education took a different approach to that and eliminated rules for school business officers and has removed much of the rules for superintendent. So what the State Board of Education, what a member of the State Board of Education told me is, well, if you really want to have standards for school business officers that handle over $3.4 billion a year statewide, and you really want to have standards for superintendents that administer school districts that spend $3.4 billion statewide, then you better put it in law. So when we get around to the OTP motion, I will be offering an amendment that does actually restore those rules, but puts them into law. But I do agree that they should just be in rules, but unfortunately aren't there anymore.
Okay, we have a motion on the table, 1452. The motion is ITL on credentials for superintendent and business officer. And we've had for and against already speaking. So, Madam Clerk, when you're ready, 1452, the motion ITL.
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Peternell?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello? Yes. Representative Terry?
Yes.
Representative Myler?
No.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Selig?
No.
Representative Luno?
No.
Representative Heath?
No.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Hall?
No.
Representative Balboni?
No.
Representative Sullivan?
No.
Representative Damon?
No.
And Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
I'd like to move to pass.
Is there a second? Second. We have a motion made by Representative Luno, second by Representative Myler. And the motion is OTP on 1452. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to offer Amendment 2024-0535H. It was handed out maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, so I don't know what everybody's availability. I do have a couple more copies if there's anybody that really would like to take a look at them, but I did not make any additional copies beyond what was already handed out to
May I have one for
the
the record?
committee.
I'll give you mine. It's 10 pages long.
Yeah, no, I can hand it down. I can
Okay.
give Representative Heath one. or going down there.
Oh, you getting?
0535H.
Yes.
That's correct. Yeah, I'd like to move that.
Okay, we have a motion put forward to move 0535H for 1452, made by Representative Luno and second by Representative Myler.
And just very quickly, Mr. Chair, all 535H does is replace it replaces the entire bill with what was originally the language that was in rules with regards to credentialing for school business officers and also with regards to credentialing for superintendents, with very minor changes suggested by the School Administrators Association on the superintendent rules.
Further discussion? We have an amendment in front of me. Any further discussion on 0535H? Yes, Representative Lekis?
I just wanted to say that eDNA has spent the last 2 years trying to simplify all these things, and having had that taken out was in line with what they're trying to do. So putting it back in either way is going opposite of what the state is in general trying to do.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table for OTP A on this amendment, not OTP, but an OTP on the amendment, 0535H. That's HB 1452.
I'm okay with just hands if you want to do that.
Well, let's just take a roll call here.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
No.
Representative Petternell.
No.
Representative Cortiello. No. Representative Terry.
No.
Representative Myler. Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, we have a motion on the table, OTP, on 1452. Who made the original?
I did.
Representative Luno made the original motion. I'm assuming Representative Myler made the second.
We can go straight to a vote.
Okay, no further discussion? Seen? Okay, Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
Nope.
Representative Petternell.
No.
Representative Cortiello. No. Representative Terry.
No.
Representative Myler. Representative Cornell. Representative Selig. Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Who's,
Representative Dry,
Representative Dry, are you
would you
going
do the ITL report?
Okay, sliding down, the next bill which we have, we're about ready. 1476. This is Charter School Memorandums of Understanding. And I look to Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you. I would move interim study.
I'll second it.
May I ask a question? The last time we were talking about this, Representative Cordelli got text from Melissa White saying that she had some information to share with us about this. Did we ever get it? About memorandum of studies?
Yeah. Do you want me to speak to it first or?
Well,
If you want to pull your motion at this time and then we can speak to it and then we'll come back to you. I'll pull my second.
Or I can address
Or
it.
you can address it right now,
Yeah,
either way.
right. Yes.
never,
Yeah, we can do it right now.
Yeah.
So Representative Cordelli will address that when he's also speaking towards this motion of
Right.
interim study.
Right. So I think that there were questions related to hard and fast November 1st date. I did talk with Director White, and there have been instances where the charter school has not signed the MOU for various reasons. And the concern is, and refused to provide services until the MOU was signed. So the concern is that it's possible that a charter school would not sign an MOU until this November 1st deadline. And in those instances, no services would be provided to the child prior to November 1st. So I am putting forward the interim study motion because I think that there are clearly problems, with that happening that need to be looked at and resolved. And I don't think we can resolve it here today. And we just saw a special ed audit come out the end of last week also with even more concerns and questions. So I would like to advance the motion of interim study so we can take a look at the whole MOU issue and dates related to the MOU.
Okay, is there further discussion?
I'll speak against the interim study and say my.
Pardon me?
I'll speak against the interim study and use that as my, support for ought to pass if we get to that point. So, Mr. Chair, thank you. I offered the bill. We offered the bill to move the date where school districts and charter schools have to enter into a memorandum of understanding for essentially how and where and who pays for what, or how things get paid for, billed, for special education services provided to IEP students who attend charter schools. And by law, the school district of residence is responsible for these services. And the school district of residence is responsible for these services whether or not an MOU is in place at all. Because as long as the IEP is in place, the services are provided. There may be some confusion between the school district and the charter as to how they're going to be paid for or where they're going to be performed, but the student is receiving the services that are specified in their IEP. That's I'm not an expert. I believe that's federal law. So I'm sort of surprised that an expert at the department would suggest that students would not be receiving services. But another reason why I think the 11/1, the November 1st date, is not only practical, because it's not a date that exists in the middle of the summer when, although special education and student service directors are there year-round at public school districts, but at charter schools they may not have any staffing during the summer months. A number of us learned on Friday that the number of students identified as special education apparently changes between before the October 1st collection date and after October 1st. And in fact, we learned from the Department of Education, Brian Eaton, Administrative Bureau of School Finance, that in fact this past year, prior to October 1st, the department was only aware of 26,334 students identified as special education statewide, but after October 1st, they were aware of 30,965 students. So 4,631 students hadn't been identified or at least made aware of at the Department of Education until the October 1st collection. So for that reason, in addition to the practical reason, I think pushing this to a November 1st date really makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense because you've got staffing in place, and it makes a lot of sense because the New Hampshire Department of Education knows knows all of the kids that are identified for special education services. So I'm hoping we can defeat the interim study report recommendation, and so that we can take up an ought to pass. Thank you.
All right, so we've had speaking for and against. So, Madam Clerk, we have a motion on the table for our interim study on 1476. Would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lucas.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Portiello, yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Luna.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Sullivan.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move ought to pass.
We have a motion put forward on 1476 OTP made by Representative Luno and second by Representative Myler. Representative Luno?
Thanks. I'm okay to go straight to the vote.
Oh, that's right.
I don't think there is one on that. Any further discussion on that? Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Leckus.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
Nope.
Representative Peternell.
No.
Representative Cortiello. No. Representative Terry.
No.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
I'll do the ought to pass report.
Okay. I'll do the interim study.
Okay. Next bill down is 1552. Yeah.
That was passed out.
Yeah.
Those are extras.
Yeah. So you're signed up to make the motion, and I'll do the A. Yeah. Okay, we're dealing with 1552. I look to Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you. I would like to move ought to pass.
I'll second it. Hand the gavel over to you.
Do you want to get a second first? Oh, no, I seconded it.
No, you made the motion. I seconded it. It's like Larry and Moe up here trying to run a meeting, huh? Yeah. Yes. Yes, you may. 170.
I'd like to call on Representative Ladd.
Okay, I'd like to put forth Amendment 0931H. This is for HB 1552.
Second.
Thank you. Okay. You recognize me to speak on
Yes. Representative Ladd.
Okay, thank you very much. What this amendment does, it eliminates that section 4 new language, which is already something we can do in law and is being done. It's in statute, but it's also in rule. And it keeps the first section of the change on this. So sections, to read right there, it just takes out section 4 and section 5 becomes section 4, which is the effective date. It's basically in compliance with what we're getting back from the director over the department and his advice to us. So I don't think there's much need to speak further on it.
Anyone else wish to comment? Okay, Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready, we'll do the roll call on 0931H.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yep.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler. Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Luno. Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Representative Cordelli, you're recognized.
Yes, I would like to move ought to pass with amendment 0931H.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to approve the HB 1552 with the amendment 0931H. And Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yep.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Luno. Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Any problem with consent?
Yes.
Okay, that goes on consent. We're moving down here.
Before we do this, let me go check on copies. I think I have them in my drawer.
Okay, we're going to just take a short break to get some copies here out of the drawer in here in the office area. We're looking at 1616. Pardon me? Oh, yeah, take a break here.
So is the plan
Okay, we're going to move on with HB 1616. This is a parental consent for student participation in Medicaid to schools. And recognize Representative Cordelli for a motion. Yes. Oh, yeah, yeah, we're going to, thank you very much.
Oh, also, if there were some bills at the end where it's not controversial.
Yeah.
And I could go.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but don't plan, you know, you don't need to accommodate me if it just happens that way though.
That probably will, that
Yeah.
one will be.
If it turns out that the ones at the end, I
That one
don't
will
have to be
be.
here for.
Okay,
But you don't have to rearrange for me, is all I'm saying.
yeah, now we're just moving
But
down.
if I could leave earlier, just like.
Send a message. Oh, thank you.
Okay, we're ready to go back now and deal with the next bill on the docket. That's HB 1616, relative parental consent for student participation in the Medicaid to Schools program. Look to Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Yes, thank you. I would like to move on to pass.
Is there a second? Motion made by Representative Cordelli, second by Representative Belcher. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I would like to offer an amendment for passage, and that amendment is 0716H.
I got it right here.
Oh,
This-
yeah, it
there-
goes around
Which way?
your way.
There you go.
Oh, I'm sorry, it could be the wrong one. I need two, here. And it's like, yeah. Wait, wash your day, right? Did someone second the motion of the amendment?
I thought so. Oh, yeah, Belcher.
The written amendment, okay.
Well, oh, no, he didn't do that.
He seconded the OTP, I didn't have any for the amendment.
No,
I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, when you're ready, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. We had quite a hearing on this with a number of people testifying. Basically, just requires parental consent to be obtained with each new service, not just a one-time parental consent. What the amendment does, we had quite a bit of discussion in relation to Roman 9, lines 14 through 18, in relation to violations being contrary to the code of conduct, of violations of this section of law being violations of the code of conduct. The amendment removes Roman 9, basically removes that penalty possibility.
Further discussion? Madam Clerk? Is any discussion on the amendment?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the amendment probably at least removes some part of the bill that is particularly particularly onerous. But so I'm going to be supporting the amendment, but unlikely to support the bill as amended.
Thank you very much. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please call the amendment? The amendment is 0716H. That's to HB 1616.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Selly,
Yes.
Representative Luna,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Sullivan,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay, we have a motion on the table now that's been put forward by Representative Cordelli, OTP, and it's now amended with 0716H. Any further discussion? When you're ready?
Representative
Oh,
Balboni.
Representative Balboni.
I'm going to be speaking against the bill. The amendment makes it better, but there's still a lot of problems with it. One of the problems is that there's a lot of intricate details in here, and we had nobody from the department to come to speak to ask specific questions as to actually how this would work or what it means. In addition, we recently passed HB 1695, which requires school districts to provide specific written notification to parents each time personal identified PII is transferred from school districts to third parties, which is similar to what's being requested here. So I think there's a little bit of an overlap in the bill. But primarily, I think it's a complicated bill that we don't have a lot of information on. So I think it's premature to vote for it. It would be better suited, as we talked about it, either having a subcommittee or interim study. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree with what Representative Balboni just said, that perhaps this does deserve interim study. And I'm sort of also, learning that prior to, a Medicaid, or let me say it another way, a medical procedure performed under the Medicaid to Schools program, that there'd be a medical order that has to be signed off first by the parent or guardian. And so the parent or guardian knows what services are being provided to their child in school. And it sort of renders, I think, this bill sort of, unnecessary.
Thank you very much. Representative Cornell.
Yes, I just looked up Medicaid International Classification of Diseases Diagnostic Code, and I would want an interim study or something, because I don't know what that has to do with the services that are provided in school. Looks like it has something to do with World Health Organization, and I don't know what that has to do with services that are provided in school. So I think this is too confusing, and I can't vote for it.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to point out that I think it is very important that parental consent be obtained before any service, because they can change over time what schools are providing. And just to read real quick from the New Hampshire Medicaid site on the question and answer: can a district provide services without parental consent? Answer: yes. A district can provide services without parental consent.
Representative Damon.
Thank you. Just to speak a little further to Representative Cornell's remarks, the International Classification of Diseases, ICD codes, are diagnosis codes. They specify what condition is being addressed. They're not service codes. That would be a service code or a procedure code. The language simply doesn't make sense. A diagnosis is not a service or procedure.
Further discussion, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So far, the discussion has focused around sections 8 and 9. I'm drawing back attention to section 7. It seems that the report that we have gotten here as a part of testimony from the Department of Health and Human Services would also be required to be sent to the chair of this committee, as well as the chair of Health and Human Services, and both Education and Health and Human Services in the Senate as well. And that would allow them to delineate the information to all committee members so that future discussion surrounding Medicaid, which comes up in a lot of bills, we can make more informed decisions. So if for no other reason, I would ask you to support the bill for Section 7 as well.
Okay, any further discussion? Not seeing any hands. Madam Clerk,
Who
would
did the motion, though? I don't think there was an official making of OTPA. Yeah, there was. Was there? Okay, well, who was it?
Yeah.
who did make that?
Cordelli. We'll make the motion of OTPA.
Yeah, that's right. It was Mike.
TP, okay.
Yeah. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Peternil?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry?
Yes.
Representative Myler?
No.
Representative Cornell? Representative Selig?
No.
Representative Luna?
No.
Representative Heath? Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Hall? Representative Balboni? Representative Sullivan?
No.
Representative Damon?
No.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Motion.
Yes, Representative Myron.
Move to interim study.
Is there a second to interim study made by Representative Myler?
Second.
Representative Luno seconds that. Representative Myler.
I think we've talked about this enough. Thank you.
Representative Luno?
Yeah, I mean, I think interim studies where this belongs. I think, you know, there's some clear inconsistencies with what the terminology used in the bill. I think Representative Damon brought that out. And Medicaid to schools does come up quite a bit, and I think we actually had some significant impact on Medicaid to schools during the COVID pandemic. But again, this is about billing, and the procedures still are subject to the medical orders, still subject to parental approval. So I think interim study is a fine place for this to land.
Yes, Representative McDonald.
Is there a intention to study this bill in the full bulk of Medicaid to school bills or in the broader discussion of parental rights and parental consent?
Well, I think that's part of it. Yeah, absolutely.
Any further discussion? Not seeing. We're back to the motion now of interim study for 1616. Madam Clerk.
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yeah.
Representative Lekis?
No.
Representative Belcher? Representative Dry?
No.
Representative McDonald?
No.
Representative Noble?
Nope.
Representative Peternil?
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Terry?
No.
Representative Myler? Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Selig?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Heath?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Sullivan?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Who's writing the reports here? Representative Balboni, you writing a report? Yes? I guess so. Okay. Moving on down. 1682, relative to the civics test graduation requirement. I recognize Representative Peternil.
Yes, thank you. I move ought to pass on House Bill 1682.
Is there a second? Representative Lekis seconds that motion. Representative Peternil, when you're ready.
Yes, thank you. I would like to put forth amendment number 2024-1162H.
Is there a second? Okay, Representative Lekis seconds the amendment put forth by Representative Peternil at 1162H.
Yes,
Go ahead.
I'm assuming you're calling on me. Thank you. The amendment makes, first off, this original bill was put forth as a request from the Department of Education. My amendment changes line 7. I struck out the italicized and bolded shall score and left it with the language that's already in current statute. And the
civics test is now, is digital. And so sorry, I can't read it with my glasses. If this just moves the, accommodations over to RSA 193C as part of the accommodations that are already, that the department can already make with the statewide assessment test. So it just streamlines the RSAs.
Any further discussion? Okay, we're discussing the amendment. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? We have an amendment put forth by Representative Petronil. 1162H.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Leckus,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternil,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes, Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Cornell, Representative Selig,
No.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Heath,
No.
Representative Woodcock, Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Sullivan,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, the amendment fails. We are back to the main motion of OTP on 1682.
Is it okay to call a brief caucus?
Yes, you can. So we're going to caucus for a little bit. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, we're back in executive session. We are looking at HB 1682 and Representative Petronell, would you like to withdraw your motion?
Yes, I'd like to withdraw the ought to pass motion on 1682.
And Representative Lekis, you made the second. Would you withdraw that?
Sure would.
Okay, Representative Petronell, do you have another motion to bring forward?
Yes, I would like to move interim study on House Bill 1682.
And, okay, so now we have a motion of interim study made by Representative Petronell and second by Representative Myler. The motion is interim study for the civics test graduation requirement. Further discussion?
Yes, thank you. We've had a little bit of discussion about this bill and more is needed and can be taken up as part of the Civics Curriculum Study Commission.
Further discussion?
Well stated.
Madam Clerk, are you ready to call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler. Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Any problem with consent? Okay, thank you. Next bill we got is 1014. Who's making that motion?
I was going to move it on the statement. No, moving it, then go down the line.
Yeah. Does everybody realize we had 107 bills and we're on our second to last bill right now?
Ultimate.
I shouldn't jinx us. Pardon me?
3 more.
3 more?
3 more, yes.
Uh,
Top 2. And
Oh, it's not the penultimate. No. I love using that.
I jinxed myself. That's right, we got 3 more bills, including this one. So 1014 is relative to the registration of high school students to vote. Representative Cordelli, you recognized for a motion?
I would move interim study.
Is there a second?
Me.
Representative Lekis seconds that. So Representative Cordelli, we'd like to speak to your motion.
Thank you. I think there are still questions to be resolved related to this bill. We heard from Secretary Scanlon today, but I still have questions even after hearing from the Secretary in relation to public meetings, in relation to how things would work if there is a regional school district and only certain supervisors of the checklist or town clerks appear, and other students being unable to register from that school that day, I think causes problems. So I think this is already happening in some places now. So I think interim study to look at the remaining questions is appropriate.
Further discussion? Not seeing any? Oh, Representative Hall, I didn't see it.
I'm just curious when they said it's already happening. The bill asks for school boards to adopt a policy. Is that what's already happening, or are you talking about voter registration in schools?
I think that there might be voter registration, but certainly providing information on registration is happening.
Further discussion? Madam Clerk? Representative Hall, you did follow up?
No, to ask for a caucus.
Then a caucus has been requested. We will take a caucus. Isn't there another word rhymes with caucus, like circus?
I don't know if
Run,
We have interim study on the floor. The motion was made by Representative Cordelli and second by Representative Lekis. We had finished the discussion, gone forth with a request for caucus. So now we are at the point where if there's no further discussion on that, we are ready for that motion to be called. Interim study is the call.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Selig,
No.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Heath,
Nope.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Alboni,
No.
Representative Sullivan,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
and Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Looking for a motion, Representative Hall?
I move to pass on HB 1014.
So we have a motion made by Representative Hall and second by Representative Myler, OTP on 1014. Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The intent of this bipartisan bill is to require school districts and private schools to adopt policies to promote student voter registration. It's about adopting policies. Our American democracy is strongest when all eligible citizens participate, and to do so, they need to be registered to vote. And that is our challenge in the Granite State for young voters. Our schools play a critical role in supporting and strengthening our democratic society. Even though New Hampshire has a proud tradition of high voter turnout, the voter registration rate for 18-year-olds is a mere 15.6%, or maybe a little higher, as Secretary Scanlon said, but the bottom line is it's low. And that said, 83% of registered New Hampshire 18-year-olds voted in the 22 midterms. So if they register at 17 or 18, they're likely to vote. A major responsibility of a supervisor of the checklist is to encourage voting, as we heard this morning. So activities such as coordinating a voter registration drive in a high school is one way to encourage voting. It's not mandated in this bill. It just suggests it's an option. HB 1014 is a way New Hampshire can increase youth participation in elections by requiring schools to adopt school policies on voter education and registration. And I would like to end with a quote from Jenna Karen from the Sunapee High School. By requiring school districts and private high schools to teach students about the registration process and to provide assistance with filing applications, high school students will be more exposed to civic engagement, promoting a lifetime of political engagement. And thank you. I'd like to.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on 1014. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we are. Any further discussion? Want to put forth an amendment? Representative Lekes.
I thought what we heard today was that we couldn't provide assistance with filing the registration applications.
I could answer that.
Jen said if everything is 10-10, then we can choose.
Yeah. I'd like to recognize Representative Cordelli.
Oh.
You've got a question that.
She has the answer.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question was, I thought that they couldn't help. Right now in law, we actually have, for special ed, if a student with disabilities requires assistance to complete their voter registration form, a staff member may be made available to help the student complete the form. So already it's happening with some students. It can happen with some students. And clearly those are the two parts: informing students of the state requirements of voter registration and providing access to and assistance with filing registration applications. The other thing, if I could add one more thing, would be if you inform students, if you inform students in civics class, some of these kids are 14 years old. 14-year-old, they're freshmen, they're taking civics, they talk about voter registration. That is not going to translate into that kid registering to vote. You know, maybe you could have the town clerk come in and talk about the process or whatever, but it's totally different being in a civics class, and this is a separate activity. But again, this is about adopting policy. Some schools do it, some schools don't, some schools do this, some schools do that. It's about adopting policy so that everyone is on the same page, and that's the way it is.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. First, I think what we just heard is defined as local control. But secondly, I would like to offer an amendment if I could.
Go ahead.
I would like to offer amendment 1159H.
Is there a second? Representative Paterno?
1159H. It was handed out, I think, at lunchtime.
Okay, we have an amendment that's put forward, and the amendment's been put forward by Representative Cordelli and second by Representative Peternell. The amendment number is 1159H. Does everybody have a copy? Okay, Representative Cordelli would like to speak to your amendment.
Thank you. During the hearing, I believe we had quite a bit of discussion that this really belonged in the civics statutes. So basically, that's what this amendment does. It puts it in 189.11, under government and civics. And as you can see, adds an F, which refers to existing law regarding information on voting. And that, I can just read the first sentence or so to you. It's 189-23. The State Board of Education is hereby directed to distribute copies of the state constitution and election laws to all teachers of history and civics in the upper grades of elementary schools and to teachers of United States history in junior and senior high schools, to be used in instructing their pupils relative to the laws governing elections and voting. So I think that's puts it in the proper section of statute and requires information to be available to students, which is basically, I think, what we're looking to have done in our schools related to voting.
Further discussion on that amendment, Representative Hall?
I would just say that this amendment totally misses the intent of House Bill 1014. There's nothing about adopting policy. It's about adding laws governing election and voting in a civics class. So, thank you.
Okay, we've had several people speak to it, so now we're going to have, Madam Clerk, would you, Representative Luno?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. Does this amendment change the statutory reference to where, I mean, I guess what I'm asking is this amendment germane to the bill? Yeah, I mean, we've looked at a lot of germaneness, and even making a little change to the statutory reference.
If I could.
Go ahead.
I think the original bill amends 18911.
Yes.
And that's the same section of statute that we're in here.
This is 18953. Oh, sorry. Hang on, I was looking at the wrong.
Yeah, it's
no,
18911. It adds an F on the 18911.
Well, it doesn't add the F.
It adds that.
Well, I just put the question out there.
Yeah. I'm not the one that determines
Yeah.
germaneness. That's up to the speaker, working with the clerk. But I would say that from my perspective, we've modified things 18911 many times, with wellness, with financial literacy, etc. Moved it around within. So I would say this is germane to the primary bill.
I'll go with the chair's
Yeah.
rule on that.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk? We have a motion on the table. It's OTP on it's adding the amendment 1159H to 1014.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yep.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Fortiello. Yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler. Nope. Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Heath.
Nope.
Representative Woodcock. Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Sullivan.
Nope.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Surprise. Okay, we're back to the primary motion of OTP on 1014. Any further discussion? Representative Dry?
Thank you. I want to say I do appreciate the distinction between writing a policy and doing an action. But the problem I have with this version of the original bill is it says policies shall include providing access to and assistance with filing registration applications. So when you are providing access to one group over any other group, I think that does not belong in statute, because we just discussed this morning whether, for example, the public was invited if you have a registration at a high school. And I think that there are a lot of other groups of people that would be interested in this kind of accessibility. However, we're not putting any of those into statute, and I don't want to concentrate on just one at one time.
Representative Damon?
With respect to the last speaker, we're the education committee. We're working on educating our students, and this is an endeavor to do that on one of the most important privileges of our democratic civilized society. This isn't about prohibiting anybody else from accessing registration to vote. Should people choose to bring that legislation forward next year, I would be happy to vote for it.
Further discussion, Representative Perno.
Thank you. Because of all of the questions that we have about discrimination and registering students to vote in the high schools, I think that this is a topic that would be better taken up by the election law committee and put into statute with the election law before the education committee adopts a policy regarding the assistance of high schools, assisting high school students in registering to vote.
Any further discussion? Yes, Representative Whitacock.
Thank you, Chairman. I would disagree with my associate across the hall here. I think it's right where it should be, because this is going to local school boards to make their policy. And as regards Representative Dry's point, I understand what she's saying, but there's nothing that excludes the local school board from saying under B that you can't. There will be none except for special education allowed access. So I think that's the whole point of this. It allows the school boards to make legitimate policy for each community that governs registration.
Representative Selig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and for allowing me to speak on this. Speaking as a parent of a high school student and a recent high school graduate, I think this bill is excellent in terms of providing information to students about how to do this. This doesn't say that it's going to provide voter registration. It says it'll provide information about how to vote, to register to vote. And that's a bipartisan process that we should be encouraging all of our students across the state, regardless of political ideology or any other thing. We want all of our students engaged in the voting process. We also, that way, there's a much greater likelihood they'll choose to continue to stay voting in our state and stay involved in our system, which will mean that we'll have more young people choosing to stay in the state and grow here.
Representative Hall, and then Representative Lex.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in terms of discrimination, I thought Secretary Scanlon this morning spoke rather clearly about discrimination and how to handle it, and it wasn't a problem.
Representative Lex.
Well, there was a comment made, the difference between planning something and doing something, and where it's just a policy. How many policies have we asked schools to come up with that don't exist? I much prefer the amendment that we put on that actually does something and gets the information and the instructions and everything out to the kids.
Further discussion? Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I concur with a lot of what Representative Dry said, and I believe the Secretary of State who spoke this morning corroborated a lot of that. I do, however, think it is important to educate our students on the voting process and their obligations as citizens, and I'm in a large part disappointed that's not already occurring, but I draw the line at assisting them registering to vote, filing that form. I would go as far to say that that's election interference, and I wish we could see a bipartisan compromise, as Representative Selig noted, but nothing in the manner this bill was brought forward has been bipartisan. We've had a few motions thus far, and I think we agreed that we want to study this forward. Unfortunately, that motion failed. We also just had an amendment to find a bipartisan compromise that failed. And I think it's sad, but because there has been no compromise in the bill as is, we have stated several concerns and no one seems to be willing to address them or to support the amendments. Both sides, we're not having that. I cannot support this bill as is. So, thank you.
Further discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, would you now please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekis?
No.
Representative Belcher?
No.
Representative Dry?
No.
Representative McDonald?
No.
Representative Noble?
Nope.
Representative Petronell?
No.
Representative Cortiello? No. Representative Terry?
No.
Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Selig?
Definitely yes.
Representative Luna?
Yes.
Representative Heath?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock? Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Sullivan?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay. Who made the motion on our side? Me. Do you wanna- Yeah, yeah.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah, we will talk about that because we have some things we want to put in it. Yeah. Okay, so we'll move on to the next bill. On my sheet, it goes back to the top. And looking at 1015, requirements for literacy skill development. Okay, I look to Representative Cordelli to make a motion.
Yes, I'd like to move ought to pass.
I'll second it. Okay, Representative Cordelli,
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to move ought to pass with amendment 1109H.
I'll second it.
Could I?
So we have a motion made and put on the table on amendment 1109H made by Representative Cordelli and second by Representative Ladd. Representative Cordelli, yes.
Thank you. This amendment is a result of the hearing that we had with changes made based on that. I'll just briefly step through the changes. On the first page on line 13, the screener and training on the use of the screener is added to that sentence. Will be performed by the department. Over on page 2, in several places, we change age appropriate to grade appropriate, as was on the first page, and also as suggested by Representative Ball in her original bill. Over on page 3, on lines 15 and 16, the department will provide guidance to the districts on instructional materials compliant with evidence-based instruction by September. And that comes prior to their requirement on page 1 to identify and contract with a measurable evidence-based universal screener by January of 2025. And basically over onto page 5. It just updates in section 4, updates the current RSA 259 dyslexia and related disorders screening statute. New section is section 5. My goal here with this bill is comprehensive literacy instruction with a state average of 52% proficient in English and reading. We need to do things in a bold way, and that includes the screening, the interventions, the parental involvement. It includes, as we had in here, looking at the teacher preparation programs where the four New Hampshire schools that were surveyed by the National Teacher Quality Council, 3 out of the 4 got D's or F's. We can't have that if we're going to bring teachers into the system who are not trained in the evidence-based instructional methods that are now recognized as helping students to read. Going hand in hand with that, we have many teachers who have been in the system for a number of years who maybe have not had that training. The Department of Education has gone through free training in the LETTERS program for over 3,000 people, teachers and parents in the state. This new section, Section 5, requires beginning in 2028, teachers getting certification renewals. And you can see there's 7 or 8 types of educators listed here that would have to undergo an assessment test to demonstrate their ability to promote learning through the evidence-based instructional methods. I think that's very important as well. And then the last section 6 is an appropriation to be made by the Department of Finance for this to assist the districts and also in support of the reading improvement grants that are part of this bill. So, I tried to cover many bases on this to put forward an agenda to improve literacy in the state. And I think we can't isolate on just one section this year and another section next year and another section this year. We have to have a comprehensive plan for moving forward and helping our kids learn to read, because if we don't, what does it say for our future and our future workforce in this state? So thank you very much.
Thank you. Further discussion? Not seeing any hands on that. So we'll move forward, and we have an amendment in front of us. Amendment 1109H. The motion is OTP on that amendment to 1015. Madam Clerk.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Blackus.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Coratiello, yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Selig.
Nope.
Representative Luna.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Sullivan.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Representative Balboni.
Yes, I'd like to move amendment 01106H that was passed out last Wednesday from Representative Cascadden and Representative Ball.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to put forward Amendment 1106H for HB 1015, put forward by Representative Balboni and second by Representative Myler. Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment was put together by
Excuse me.
by part.
I see people looking. Does everybody have a copy of that?
I don't think I do.
Yeah, hold on just a second, please.
I got it.
Yeah.
Anybody else need a copy right now?
At least for the record.
Jen, could we get a couple copies made for this one right here? I got a clean copy right here. Or else. Okay. We'll take a 5-minute break while that's being done.
1106, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're just going to take a 5-minute break. If anybody wants to get up and stretch, stretch.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
It's my understanding that the department has very few
And Representative Balboni, you had the floor. You'll get it right back. So, no, just wait until everybody's settled here. Ready to go ahead now, Representative Balboni?
Okay, looking at the amendment, on line 5, it changes the starting date beginning July 1st, 2027. It includes a lot of the, in section 1, it includes, adds chartered schools, which wasn't in the original. It continues along with the same language in section 1, and the changes, it deletes section 2, which removes the specific directives regarding tier 2 referrals and interventions. This was a collaborative effort between Representative Ball and Representative Cascadden, and it keeps to the intent of the original bill. The 5 components of reading is scientifically based reading research by the National Reading Panel, University of Oregon, and Washington State. All schools currently teach reading, and this amendment allows for professional development materials and teacher preparation programs. There is no political language, rhetoric, or playbook language, nor does this bill promote any specific theory or program. This bill would allow individual districts to make their own decisions on curriculum and materials. And just stating more that passing this amendment to the bill would provide continuity and consistency in teaching reading.
Further discussion, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Just to follow on that, I don't think the previous amendment that we discussed dictates any particular curriculum. It calls on the department to provide guidance to districts on instructional materials. And I'm not sure what the reference to political language was, but I don't believe there was any political language in anything that I've proposed as either.
Further discussion, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank both Representative Cascadden and Representative Ball for attempting to bring this bipartisan amendment to this committee, and I think they've done a good job in trying to work together as a Republican and a Democrat in trying to address this issue. I thank them for doing that.
Further discussion, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. The first sentence, first few words present a huge problem to me. We're kicking the can down the road for 3 years. I'd also point out, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
In line 7, this provides for all students through grade 5, which I think is not necessary either. I think it was Dr. Carol Tolman, who was the co-author of the Letters program, who said that in K through 3, we teach children to read. In grades 4 and 5, they read to learn. I think that the emphasis needs to be on grades K through 3. And if we get them up to proficiency levels in grades K through 3, we will be saving money as local districts and as a state later on.
Further discussion, Representative Terry?
Okay. Mr. Chairman, line 3 specifies literacy skill development with emphasis on literacy. Then if we come down to lines 5 and following, and we pick this up at the end of line 6, instruction in literacy for all students through grade 5, including, and now we have a colon, so all that follows. We come to line 10, and the word mathematics is included, and mathematics reasoning and mathematics calculation, including fluency. Can someone explain to me how mathematics reasoning and mathematics calculation, including fluency, falls under literacy development? Thank you.
Representative Balboni?
That actually was in the original that was presented, so it wasn't changed.
Follow?
Yes.
So are you suggesting that because it's there, it should stay there, even though we don't understand why it's there?
I believe when Representative Ball was here, she explained the reasoning for that. I don't have the exact language that she used, but she felt it was very important. She talked about the mathematics reasoning, which would have to be having to read to understand the mathematics problems, and I believe she tied in the mathematics fluency to that.
Further discussion, Representative Selig?
Just to clarify, as a former elementary school teacher, reading and mathematics skill is very different than reading like a story. It's a different type of reading skill, and so fluency in it is demonstrated differently. So learning to read word problems, for example, or learning to read even just the numbers across the page in sequence is a specific skill that's a different type of reading fluency than reading words.
Further discussion, Representative McDonald?
Mr. Chair, may I call a caucus, please?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Haven't had one in a while.
That's right. Might as well go for a repeat here. Yeah.
Even if I,
Okay, folks, we're ready to head back into the executing mode. So we are in the process of looking at Amendment 1106H, and that's to HB 1015. Okay, I'm going to ask the clerk right now to call the roll on 1106H. Are you ready, Madam Clerk? Go ahead.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
No.
Representative Peternell.
No.
Representative Cortiello. No. Representative Terry.
No.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, now we're back to the main motion, which is OTP. Any further discussion on the main motion OTP for 1015?
Who makes the motion? You want me to make the motion?
Yeah. Yes, Representative Cordell, you're recognized for a motion.
I'll move on to pass.
That's already, see, we already have that down there. See, that was right up here.
Okay. All right.
So we're back to the main motion right now.
Yeah.
And the motion is OTP. Any further discussion? Not seeing any further discussion. Madam Clerk, when you're ready?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello. Yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Woodcock. Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Sullivan.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Motion?
Looking for a motion.
Yeah.
Is there a second to the motion of ITL? Representative Luno makes a second for ITL on 1015 and made by Representative Myler. Further discussion? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
No.
Representative Peternell.
No.
Representative Cortiello. No. Representative Terry.
No.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock. Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just to be clear, I believe our position on this will be and ought to pass as amended with Amendment 1106H, which is the bulk cascade amendment.
Right. That's right.
And our report will come from Representative Balboni.
Okay. And of course, the report from the other side will be for the amendment put forward by Representative Cordelli. Ought to pass. So we have two competing amendments on the floor. That's how it ended up. Okay. Yes, yeah, we have one bill left this session. You want to come in for that one bill? I gotta be here anyways. Well, somebody on your team wanted that, Representative Cornell. Okay, the next bill and last bill is HB 1084, Qualifications for the Commissioner of Education. I'm going to hand the gavel over to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is House Bill 1184, relative to qualifications for the Commissioner of Education, and I call on Chairman Ladd.
That is 1084.
1084.
I'm checking out, trying to find 1184.
Yeah. 1084. Sorry.
Okay, I made that motion for ITL on it. I'd like to speak to my motion. Who seconded? Did we do that?
We did that.
We just did it. Yeah, it's getting a little, it's tired here. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to speak to the ITL. The ITL for this particular bill dealing with the qualification for the Commissioner of Education, I believe, are strongly should be those possessed by the governor and council. And looking at this, when we're talking about having to have a degree from an accredited college or university, be certified as a teacher, have at least 5 years combined experience in teaching or administration in a public school. I look back over some of the commissioners, and I did that. We've had commissioners here that have not had these qualifications in place. And so I feel that we're looking for a person that comes in with the skill and knowledge to be able to handle that. And I'm not always convinced that certification is the answer to that. I look at the current commissioner who was just recently appointed to the Council for Chief School Administrators in the country. And there's got to be a reason for that. And we've had other commissioners that, I go back to the most recent commissioner prior to the one we have. And everybody brings in their gifts and their qualifications, and it's based upon the school board making that decision, state board making that decision with governor and council. And I think the state's done a pretty good job of it. So I would prefer to leave this the way it is and to leave that responsibility, identifying the duties and the responsibilities. Of course, we do that, but in terms of what we're looking for, what's qualifying an individual to take on this responsibility, leave it to the executive branch. Thank you.
The seconder, would you like to comment? I think,
No, because there's,
okay,
yes, I have comments, but.
okay. Representative Selig.
Thank you. And so respectfully, I disagree. I feel as though in order to have someone who truly is excellent at doing their job, they need to have experience, they need to have training, they need to have firsthand knowledge of what's happening. I know that my own growth as a teacher and my understanding of the different dynamics that my students faced came over the years that I had in the classroom, from understanding the challenges homeless students had, from understanding the challenges students with disabilities had, and how to navigate all of the different aspects of a school system, including how to use budgeting and how to use resources, came from having that firsthand knowledge. I think that someone who's never had any experience within a public school can't really speak to what it's like in a public school, can't speak to what public schools needs. And as this role is really essentially the chief executive for all public schools, who should be focused on supporting all public schools, they ought to have experience and training relevant to public schools.
Further discussion? Not seeing any further. Yes, Representative Cordelli.
I would just say, if we're looking for a chief, sorry, thank you. If we're looking for a chief executive officer, I certainly would be more interested in an experienced business person who understand budgeting, et cetera, than maybe someone who had been a classroom teacher who did not have that kind of experience.
Further discussion? Representative Selig.
I would just counter that having budgeting experience is excellent, but it is only one very small percentage of what's essential for understanding how school systems work.
Further discussion? Representative Lucas.
People from the system are not going to change the system. And right now, given the results that we're seeing, our system needs a change. Therefore, we need a point of view fresh from outside of the system. And the other part of that is we had a parent talk about how the whole school was working to deal with her autistic child. They were all trained in education. They were not able to deal with her child's autism, and yet the same training which failed her son is somehow going to help the commissioner.
Further discussion? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk? Was there? Vote. Yeah. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? The motion on the floor is ITL.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lucas.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yeah.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Woodcock. Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Alboni.
No.
Representative Sullivan.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Representative Myler?
Move to OTP.
Is there a second,
I'll second.
Representative Luno? Okay, thank you. Representative Luno seconds Representative Myler's motion, which is OTP.
Yeah. I will.
Further discussion?
Yeah, I will speak to this. I think it's important. I want to reiterate what Representative Slake said. We need somebody that understands this. And believe me, if the statement is that you don't think that people who are in the system can be innovative, you're absolutely wrong. I've been with several commissioners of education while I've been on this committee. And frankly, the former commissioner, for example, Jenny Berry, was very innovative. In fact, our state was a model for every other state in the work that she and Paul Leather did. So don't tell me that incumbent educators aren't creative and aren't innovative, because they are. And I think the elements that are in this particular bill do cite what the qualifications ought to be. And frankly, I believe they're missing at this point in time in our commissioner.
Further discussion? Representative Luno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to offer Amendment 0976H. It was handed out earlier this afternoon.
0976H? You said?
Correct.
Second that.
I'm looking for it.
0976H.
Okay. Was there a second to this amendment 0976H? Okay, so we have a motion on the table for amendment 0976H, and that's for HB 1084, made by Representative Luno, second by Representative Myler. Representative Luno would like to speak to your motion.
Thank you very much. So I'm offering this this amendment despite the audit report that was released on Friday by the Legislative Budget Office Assistant that cites considerable mismanagement in how the New Hampshire Department of Education handles special education complaints, and it cites mismanagement in how those complaints were managed, in the mismanagement in the process. Despite that, and despite this morning's presentation by the Commissioner of Education that ended up obstructing access to documents needed for the Legislative Budget Assistant Office to carry out the statutory EFA audit, despite all that, I'm offering this amendment that will push off the application of House Bill 1084 only to appointments and reappointments made after the effective date of this act. So, thank you.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I'm not sure. I did not see the Commissioner of Education this morning, so I'm not sure what is being referred to in obstruction of providing documents.
Yeah, so I'm happy.
So Representative Luno, wait a minute, we won't be recognized. Further discussion, Representative Luno.
Sure, thank you. And there is it is archived on YouTube, but it's the Joint Legislative Performance Audit and Oversight Committee, which is established under RSA 17-N:1. And they met this morning at 10 o'clock. And my understanding is it did run into the noontime hour. And the commissioner was both speaking to the really the scathing report that the LBAO had in their findings and on the mismanagement of special education complaint processes, but also basically saying that the department would refuse to cooperate and refuse to allow access to information that
Representative Luna, I want to make clear that we're talking about certification and requirements for that. We're not doing a review or audit of the current situation.
No, that's fine, Mr. Chair. I was just answering Representative Cordelli's question about where that information came from.
Further discussion? Not seeing any. We have a motion on the floor. It's relative to the amendment 0976H to 1084. The motion for that is to approve that amendment. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
No.
Representative Peternell.
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Terry.
No.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Sullivan.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
5 yeas, 15 nays.
Okay, we're back to the motion that's on.
Could you repeat that? Count?
Five yeas. I know it's unusual. 5 yeas, 15 nays. I got that right?
Yes.
Okay. It's getting late and I just want to make sure.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor now. The primary motion is to, OTP, yeah. Okay, OTP on 1084. Further discussion? Not seeing any, Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
No.
Representative Peternell.
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Terry.
No.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Subsequent motion?
We had an ITL already.
We already got the ITL up there. Okay, so that wraps it up.
And I'll do the report on this last one. Or OTPA.
No, OTP, the amendment failed 550.
No, I understand. That.
I was thinking of what?
It doesn't matter. Amendments failed 10. But I'm going to do it as an OTPA with 09768.
That, we'll have to check because that amendment failed.
Well, they always fail. They fail 1010 is a failed vote too. Yeah.
We'll
Yeah. Okay, so we are now done. The bills which we have in front of us for this. However, there's going to be a brief caucus for Republicans. We have a question here. Yeah,
Right now? Oh.
yeah, we got a question on 1014.
Okay.
Is this exec session over?
Pardon me?
Is this exec?
This exec session is over. We have concluded all our work. Yeah.